in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh, yeah. Arise, oh, compatriots. Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom. In freedom. In freedom. Peace and unity. Arise, my people. Arise, my
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear.
All right. Good evening, Mama.
Good evening,
Yes, Mama.
sister.
How you doing?
Wonderful.
Good evening. All right. Greetings, everyone. Greetings to all our viewers. Welcome to What is Your Opinion segment with Dr. Adama and with Madam Luke as my co-moderator. And we have Abby joining us with us today. Oh, welcome, Abby.
Hey, Abby,
Thank
come
you,
back.
Thank you, Mama Lu.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
So,
Thank
Abby,
you, Dr.
how
Mama.
you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you? How's your
I'm
Saturday been?
My Saturday has been good so far, so I'm knocking on words, even though I'm on call. It's okay so far. So, Madam Luke, how are you doing, Mama?
Absolutely wonderful. Good to be here.
That's good. So, for our viewers that are watching, today's segment, we're going to be talking about struggling love, the concept of struggling love, diaspora perspective. So, we are going to be looking at three videos. One of the first video we're going to look at, we're going to try to figure out why do our men, well, for the past 2 or 3 weeks, we've been focusing mainly on Nigeria. We've not been covering Africa as a whole. We're just focusing on our country, Nigeria. We want to figure out why do our men go back home to marry, and why do women put themselves on hold for a long time, wait on this man for as long as they want to. And we want to figure out, and I want us as women and our listeners, I want to encourage our sisters to come in, because today's topic is going to be holding ourselves accountable. Like, we're going to take accountability. I mean, look at the forum. We are all classy women, successful and everything. But we need to figure out, when it comes to this love thing, we're not getting it quite right. So we cannot be saying everything is the men, the men, the men. Today, I want us to focus on ourselves. What are we doing? We are going to be evaluating ourselves today. And I want us to have an honest conversation. Let's dive into it, look into it. Why do our men go seeking love somewhere else instead of with our women? And the second video is going to be about why Some men say Nigerian women are too difficult to handle. So that's why they go back home to marry. And that's why they go to other countries to marry. So those are what we are going to be discussing. So with that being said, I'm going to go to Madam Luke. Madam Luke, so take it off and I'll come back to you. Then I'll play the video. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Oh, welcome, Uncle Bino. Madam Sister Natu, everybody, welcome. I greet you all. My dear panelists, is going to be another banger tonight. So I greet you, my fellow panelists, commentators, viewers, moderators, and everyone at large. So today, we know that the capacity to love and receive love is very integral to our well-being, developmentally, psychologically, materially, all aspects of our lives. So the concept of struggle love is, we're going to define, it's very simple. When you struggle to find love and then you struggle to keep it. Why is that the case? And I have noticed that it is predominantly in the not so, let me put a white and black dichotomy. White people find it very easy to love. That is my perception. It might not be yours, but white people, Caucasians, they find it very easy to love. But when black people attempt to love, it's a struggle. And that is why we have all these videos where things are not really matching up. It's either one party is not satisfied and they go look someplace else, or they struggle and just a matter of pie in that situation. Why do we always have to struggle to get and maintain love in our relationships? On that note, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama. I want to take our time to recognize one of my sisters all the way from UK. Honey Babe, welcome to the show. Thank you. I know what time it is over there. I really appreciate your support. Honey Babe, do you want to say hello to our viewers?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, my name is Honey Babe. I'm based in the UK, England, Essex to be precise, just outside London. And it's great being on this platform for the first time. Thank you, Dr. Dana, and thank you, everybody, for being very hospitable and allowing me to be on this platform. I yield to you. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, Madam Luke, are you ready for me to do the slide? Are you ready to for us to go?
I am ready.
All right, let me share it. All right, I'm going to.
Yeah, I know it takes a while. All right. Here we go. Are we there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
we
can
can
see.
see it.
Go ahead.
So I can read this, right?
Yes, go ahead. You can read it.
All right. This is by Realms. I want to give credit to that post. I didn't say it. It says, I'm not a baby making machine. This man here is my husband. He lives abroad. And for over 4 years, I haven't set my eyes on him. We have 3 daughters. Our first child is 6 years old. I am broken. Uh-oh. It has shifted. Hold on. It has been minimized, Adama. Are you still sharing? Okay, good. I am broken, and I'm tired of this type of distance marriage. I do not even feel like a married woman. I am no different from a widow or a single lady. Can you believe that I have been married to this man for 10 good years, but the only time I get to spend time with my husband is when he comes around every 2 years to spend just a couple of days on a week to get me pregnant again. How about that? So if you scroll the screen up, there's maybe more, but that's all I could read. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. We're
Yeah,
here.
that's as far as it goes on the screen.
Okay, give me a few minutes. Let me do something. I don't know what I clicked and it just threw me off. Hold on.
Yes, it is minimized.
So, Madam, look, do you have it on your phone? Could you read it on, if you can? But if not, let me pull it up again. But if you can, let me try to share
Yeah,
it.
put it up again because it's not even on the screen anymore.
It's not because I stopped sharing it.
Yeah. So if you
All right,
leave my if you stop sharing, then you lose my phone. I don't save it.
all right, hold on. This is my fault, so I'm going to take.
That's
Let me
all
mute.
right. We're no stress. We all chill. I just hope Honey Babe can stay awake because it's late over there.
Yeah, I'm okay for now
Very
anyway.
good.
It is
Very
late,
good. Very
yeah.
good.
But thank you. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for caring.
All
Uncle
right.
Ben.
Honey Babe and
Un-
I will be giving each other moral support. We're both
exactly. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So we can break ice while we're doing that. So, how's everybody's day going, or everybody's evening going?
Yeah, it's been good. I think Abby, Adana, and myself, we just came from Uncle Benno's show, and he still has the energy to be on this show. Hello, Uncle Benno.
You know
Hope
that
you're
is
good.
why.
my troublesome uncle.
Yeah. So
Yes,
that's
he
why.
is with
Oh, there
with
you
his
go.
coconut head.
Honey babe and I be troublemakers.
Yeah. So probably so. So this dude here, this woman, is more
Oh,
like
now you can go ahead. You can read it. I put
okay,
it up.
good.
Sorry
So
about that, guys.
she says, can you believe that this man that I've been married to this man for 10 good years. So sorry about that. Can you believe that I have been married to this man for 10 good years? The only time I get to spend time with my husband is when he comes around every 2 years. Huh. To spend just a couple of days or a week or to get me pregnant again and take the flight back abroad. It has been 4 years gone since the birth of our last child, and he hasn't even shown up. Oh boy, that's it. Did you get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. Doctor, where are you?
Keep reading the next slide. Keep reading. Before this man married
Okay,
me. Yes, keep reading.
okay. Um, well, the next slide is not there yet, too. I'm
Is
on
there?
delay.
Oh,
I'm on delay. Okay, before this man married me, he promised that he was going to immediately start processing my papers to enable me to join him abroad after our marriage. But can you imagine that it's been 10 whole years, yet nothing has been done? I am still down here. The only time I get to see my husband is when he wants a new baby. After our marriage, I patiently waited, but for over 6 years, it was from one excuse to another why my visa isn't ready. So I got curious. Actually, before we got married, my husband confided in me and told me he was married to a white lady abroad. He explained that he only did just so that he could be comfortable abroad and also quickly get his papers as promised, and promised that to the VOCE, this woman, after our traditional marriage, immediately he goes back. That never happened. Next slide, please. It's coming. I was shocked to do my findings 4 years ago out of curiosity and discovered that my husband is still married to this same white lady and they even have a child together. But when I confronted him, he keeps denying. So I have been mounting pressure on him to speed up my papers, or I will get in touch with the white woman somehow and expose him. But instead, he has blocked me on all social platforms and even stops taking my calls. He blocks me even when I am trying a different line to get to him, and only gets in touch with me when he wants to send money or ask after his kids. Honestly, I'm so tired of all this drama. Felix, honestly, I am tired. I cannot continue to act like everything is fine. Meanwhile, it's not. When you came, I even told you that I was already in a relationship and I had someone that loves me and was very serious and interested in marrying me. Why did you come down here to ruin my relationship? And next. Right? And okay. All right. So why did you come down here to ruin my relationship and deceive me into marrying you? Meanwhile, you very well knew that you will not be serious, nor there for me. This isn't what you promised. I am 33 years old and I have 3 kids for you. Why do you expect? Where do you expect that I start from after ruining my life? Please, my people, pity me and help me to expose him so this can get on to his wife abroad, so she can DVOC him. Please, I'm crying almost every day, going through depression because of this. Please, reposted. There we go. This is the classic case of struggle love. If this is not struggle love, I don't know what it is. Over to you, Dr. Adama.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Luke. I hope you're there because I just got a call from the pharmacist. So I'm going to ask a question, then I'll hand it over to you. My question to the panelists, this is my question. One, why will a woman put herself on hold for 10 years? That's number one. Two, the man comes in a year, we have 12 months. He comes what did she say? Twice or once a year? And she's had how many kids for him?
Adama, every 2 years.
Every 2 years, 3 kids.
Every 2 years, three. Thank you. So I want us to ask ourselves this question because at the end of the day, there's something I believe in. I'm sorry if I'm sounding so harsh. I don't feel sorry for her, and I'll tell you why I don't feel sorry for her. This was a woman in love that had a relationship with someone in Nigeria until someone from the diaspora came. She didn't care anymore. And this is a normal occurrence for women back home. When they see a guy from the diaspora, they are in a full blown relationship. back in Africa, in Nigeria, they discard that relationship like it means nothing to them because someone from diaspora has come and is interested in them. All of a sudden, the relationship they have, where they are in their physical location, doesn't matter. All they want to pour their energy on is in someone who is in the diaspora. So let us. I want to. I don't want. I want today's show to be about us as women. What are we doing wrong for someone to put herself on hold for 10 years for a man that comes to see her every 2 years? I'm going to go over to you, Madam Luke, then I'll be right back. Thank you. Then after you is going to be Abby. Uncle Ben, welcome. Madam Luke, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, go ahead. Over to you, ma'am. I'm handing it over to you. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, the question is, why do women subject themselves to this kind of what will I say, unhealthy relationship, marriage situation? Well, I do believe that to some extent everyone can identify with this kind of I would call it a trap, because you keep hoping that things are going to get better and that the grass is always green on the outside. Now let's face it, the man was very honest with her at the beginning and told her that he was married to a white lady. He wasn't available and she wasn't available, but she chose to take a risk and take a gamble, hoping that she would get her papers. In quotes, all she was looking for was to get her papers. And the man did really promise her that he would bring her over and that he was going to divorce his white wife, his Caucasian wife. And he never did. And then the problem is that 10 years later, she's still in the same situation crying. Like Dr. Dama said, I don't really pity her because she dug herself into that mess. And I would, the next thing I would do, I will forward his name to the embassy, to the American embassy. Yes, sorry, I'm that vicious. Because what he has committed is bigamy, and that's against the law. So if that is the case, I'm not even going to disturb his Caucasian wife. That's not a problem. But I will contact the American embassy here so that way he will face the music. Because what he has committed is bigamy, and I hope she does have records of traditional weddings, all those things and all that. Because coming home to have other children is not a crime. But I want to make sure that she does have the traditional registry pictures to show that he has actually married her, so that way she can forward his name to the American embassy or the consulate here in the United States, so they can take it up from there. Because, like I said, what he has committed is plain bigamy, and that's not allowed. So he should be in jail. Okay, so who is next to give the submission?
I believe Abby is next.
It's
I'm
me.
back. Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
Abby, go ahead. You're next. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do think that just like Dr. Adama said about not feeling sorry for her, it's greed. There's a lot of people that think, I have this boyfriend now, this man from somewhere abroad, the diaspora, has come to propose marriage to me, so that must be the better option. So that's some sort of greed, and we discuss this a lot. And unfortunately, people tend to know what they're doing. This is not a new story. We've heard of a lot of people where, the man is married to a Caucasian woman for papers, blah, 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 blah. He's going to come back for you. And it just never happens. Or it happens after so many years of being apart. And most of the time, what those women are turned into is just baby making machines and not chasing any of their goals and their dreams. But at the end of the day, it's all, a manipulative tactic to a very big extent. There's the hope or promise of a future together that they're holding on to, because it makes sense. It's hard to get papers abroad. This is what you have to do. It just makes sense. So it's all manipulation. And then we also have to remember our cultural and our religious influences as well in Nigeria, where a lot of people believe that being married is better than being single. And then there's lots of parents, especially in certain cultures, I'm not going to even bother mentioning, but in certain cultures where there's that pressure of, obodo ibo, that man from Obodo, but so we have to be honest about our situation. But at what point is enough? Is it enough, to be honest? So I don't really, like Dr. Dama said, want to focus on the women and why they're doing these things, but that's reality. We have a culture, a system that's makes women feel like they're better off being married, staying married. You don't want to break. I mean, where is she going to go with her 3 children? At this point, I can imagine that she's not doing much with her life, as she just has those children and waiting for him whenever he comes. So she probably has the fear of starting over as well, and yeah. So that's why I think, and also lack of other opportunities. There are not that many opportunities for a lot of people, especially with the age she got married. I think it is obvious that she hasn't done that much, in her life to even feel like she can leave. So she doesn't have opportunities. So yeah, it's unfortunate. That's what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Abby. Honey babe, what is your opinion on what we just read? The
Um,
story.
yeah, when I read this, I'm not gonna lie, I just started laughing because it's stupidity on a highest level. I mean, the first red flag, yeah, this is what I'm saying. When people talk, actually listen to what they're saying. A man is telling you straight up he's married to someone, and you, with your big eye, you decide that you still want to entertain that. You're in another relationship. And like I said, it's this whole passport bros thing where they think the grass is greener, that, okay, I will get you from Africa or wherever it is. And I think for me, the first red flag was that obviously he was married. Why are you even entertaining that guy? And like I said, there's this whole concept of like, he's in the UK, he's in the US, he's in Canada, blah, blah, blah. And it makes sense to abandon your relationship. Now, we don't even know how long she was in a relationship with that particular gentleman that she mentioned in her post. But obviously, no loyalty. She immediately abandoned him to be with this gentleman. Now, I personally don't feel sorry for her because I believe in that. Shine your eyes when you see certain things. Even if you make the first mistake, must you continue? 10 years. I can't imagine it. You're in a relationship with someone and you see them every 2 years. How does that even make sense? He doesn't even try and come every 2 years. And then he has the audacity to get you knocked up. And you as a woman, okay, he knocks you up twice. Yeah. And then he does it a second time and a third time. I mean, make it make sense in the sense of like, at least you can see the writing on the wall. And like I said, what I will say is that personally, I think it's a case of both of them. There was no love involved. It's both transactional from both the point of view of the man and both the point of view of the woman. She wanted to get her papers done, and if it is based in the US, she wanted to come to the US. But I think it's just a case for me that would a normal person that has sense, I know that that Nigeria is not an easy place, but I'm trying to ask myself, and like I said, you ladies can obviously comment, would you really stay with someone for 10 years and you only see them every 2 years and all they want to do is, like I said, use you as a baby making machine? And what is quite upsetting is this mindset that I know that obviously, probably she married very young because it's 10 years, so I assume in her 20s. And I think it's quite sad that you feel that in your 20s you have nothing else to do. We don't know whether she's been educated, went to university, we don't know, or has anything, or was doing her boss girl thing before she married this man, sorry. And I'm thinking to myself, I think it's really sad when women say that, what am I going to do? I have nothing else, because I am of the narrative, even if you have 10 kids, yeah, I know it sounds kind of like, silly, but I believe that even if you have 2-3 kids, you still have a life. There's still potential, even if it's not necessarily getting married again, you still have a potential, and you always have to think positively. I always find it quite disheartening when people say, oh, what would I do with my 3 kids? How will I start again? No, you shouldn't think like that. You should always have a positive mindset. Yes, I know I'm privileged that I live in a different location to where this lady lives, but I think it's really, really sad and a lesson to a lot of women that marry in your environment. I never understand personally why people, I know it works for some people, where you're based in America and you want to take a girl from Nigeria in the village. You have nothing in common with this person, and it's very normally a high percentage of a transactional relationship because she's seeing dollar signs or pound signs or Canadian dollars when she wants to come. I know there's always an exception and there's genuine love, but I mean, you hear a lot of stories, you know, everywhere, Uncle Benno show, Auntie B's and stuff, where there's a lot of buzz bass with what's happening when people bring their spouse to Diaspora. So I just think personally, I have no compassion, no empathy at all for this woman. And that's just me telling the truth. And I think she needs to take accountability, as I'm the accountability prefect, to take accountability for the choice that she made, which was knowing full well this guy was married. And in terms of like, sorry, I know I've gone on for too long, but in terms of going on about going to the embassy, I don't know. I don't really see the point of all that, really, because like I said, yeah, what makes you think that, like I said to you, you can be married traditionally? I don't really understand the way it works in Nigeria, but the impression I got, we don't even know if they were married in a court, in church or whatever. So it could be a traditional marriage. Well, how does that work when it comes to bigamy? I don't know, because I assume that unless you've done a legal court marriage, maybe in going to the American embassy, it would work. Whether they accept traditional marriage as legal marriage, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Like I said, I'm just kind of like brainstorming and just being logical with my thinking. But I personally think that the energy, who's got energy for that? To go all the way to the embassy to just like spite him and report into the embassy? I really don't see the point, because like I said, I believe that she needs to like, just deal with the situation, because she's dealt with it for 10 years. Yeah, I've probably gone on for long enough, but that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honey babe.
Sorry,
yes.
Dr. Adama. Sorry.
Go ahead.
To push back on that one about the American embassy, now I would liken it to this case where, like Davido has children from other women. So because those children are children of an American citizen, they have rights. So that is the angle I'm coming from. Because as the children of an American citizen, they are being denied their rights. So that is why it is important to go to the American embassy. Thank you.
But can I just say something? He's already blocked her, yeah? See, men are men, yeah? And Uncle Ben can say this. He already blocked her. Unless
he can block her.
Let me land, please. The children are in Nigeria, yeah? You're saying that we put them to the American embassy to get because one of the parents is American. Drama.
They will force you to go to a DNA test.
Sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The drama she has to get to that stage. Trust me.
Guess what? She's already been in drama for 10 years. What's another 10 years?
I understand, but what I'm trying to say to you, I'm not saying she shouldn't, but I'm just saying it's like pulling teeth. The guy has already been malicious and out of order, like blocking her and doing whatever he's doing. For her to go to court, I mean, it's going to be a long, long drama. I've been to court. I've been through custody cases. I've been through divorce court. It is nasty. It is malicious. It is draining, and it's financially draining. Does she even have money to even do all this? So I'm just being pragmatic in the sense that he will make it difficult. I have no problem with her choosing that option, but I'm just being very pragmatic and realistic that she's got a hard fight if she wants to go down that avenue. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Uncle Ben, what is your opinion in what we are talking about, sir? Welcome to the show. And before Uncle Ben, you talk, I want to give a shout out to the people in the comment section. Mr. Mecca, the Zandi. Zandi is here. Yes. Yes, Cece, I see Misty. Oh my God, Marriott, I can't even start. All the Wahala people have landed. As my lovely sister Natu is here. Oh, thank you guys for supporting. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. So, Uncle Ben, over to you, sir. What is your opinion? And I want you to come from this angle, Uncle Ben. Is it, I don't want you, we're here to focus on the women. Today's show is about women. Do you think she had to wait to put herself on hold for a man for 10 years out of greed? Because in my opinion, this is greed. What would you advise her if this were to be a loved one? What would be your advice for her?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Shout out to Madam Luke, my baby sister Abby, and of course, Unika Sola Honey Babe. You're all welcome. So, while you guys were reading the story, I was already laughing. Because frankly speaking, the man has no blame at all in this one. And I have my reason for saying that. But just to address your question, Dr. Adama, the only thing she can do is probably file for divorce. That's the only thing she can do. She can go and file for divorce wherever they got married in Nigeria, and then see how she can get the man to take care of his children, because this is not a marriage. The man married her for one purpose and one purpose only, to have his Nigerian wife. The man already admitted that he came to America and he got married to a Caucasian woman. Um, Anybody who heard that, if you live in the diaspora, you know what that is all about. That is strictly a paper marriage. And what I do tell people back in Nigeria, like friends, many other folks who will reach out to me just because I live in the US, I will be asking, "Well, how can this thing be done? What can we do?" I usually tell them, well, the people who you are talking to in the US, they are not being honest with you. Once you get into American marriage for the purpose of paper, it's gonna take you at least 6 to 10 years before you get out of that shit. Because even after 3 or 4 years, if they give you your permanent stay, you still have to stay with the woman for another 2 years if you want to divorce that woman and carry on with your life with no repercussion. After for 3 or 4 years, when you have your permanent residence, you are supposed to stay with the woman for at least another 2 years. So that way, if you now look for an excuse to divorce the woman, then you can go to court and fight for it. And even while you were in court, it's still going to drag, because now a lot of women are beginning to wake up in America. No thanks to we Nigerians for overdoing everything. We Nigerians are the one who actually revealed our secret. Even how we move, how we do everything, they know that now. So the thing is, that Nigerian wife, she has no case. She has herself to blame. And as it is right now, because children are involved, she has to tread carefully. I have a pushback against Madame Luke recommendation that if she's in her shoe, she would have gone to the embassy and do all that and that. At the end of the day, if she makes that move, now she go still suffer. Now she and the children go still suffer, because right now she admitted from what you read that the man gets to talk to her when it is time to send money to take care of the children. Maybe the man want to talk to his children. Now, if she do anything, that man is no longer, it's not, the man is not even in the marriage from the get-go. May we no lie. So if she do anything irrational, as a man, he will have to think about his daily bread and Niger family. He will choose one. And if you ask me, I think the man will choose his daily bread, which is his job, his safety and security in America. So the woman is at loss. Anyhow we look at it, she's at loss. Her best move is to go and divorce him, or simply do what many women are doing in Nigeria. Get yourself a side cock, begin enjoy your life separately. Whenever guy man appear in Nigeria, when I continue marriage. When he go, you continue with your boyfriend, and that way you continue to collect your money. You go build house, you go buy motor,
No,
you
no,
go
no, no,
live
no,
your
no, Uncle.
life.
Oh, no, 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 Ben. No, wait now, wait. Now you've brought your own mistrust with. Hold on. What you just narrated now, I'm serious. This is a serious question. This does exist where is he comes in, the marriage continue. When he's not there, the marriage is on pause. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, now there is no marriage here, Dr.
Uncle
A
Beno,
now.
Uncle
Yes,
Beno,
ma'am.
you're
Yes.
actually telling us here that there's no marriage, and the lady says she has been married to this man for 10 years, and you are saying there's no marriage.
There's
Sister
no
Luke.
marriage.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
See, people think that this is not a legal battle. Let me just tell you that right now. The moment I go to that American embassy, I have my chat. This man has confessed to committing marital fraud. So I don't
With
think you
what proof? With
listen.
what proof though?
Listen, listen.
Okay.
Okay,
On our
okay. Hold on,
chat,
Madam Luke. Hold on, Madam Luke. I want to call someone in. Hold on, Madam Luke. We have people who are lawyers, and I see two of them.
Okay.
I'm not going to call out their name, but they know who they are. Please come and join and give us your legal expertise.
but let me
Giving
finish.
your,
Let me
yes,
finish this aspect before they start.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm not coming from a legal angle.
Mm,
So let's get that very clear.
mm.
I said if you take a walk to that, it has happened before. If you take a walk to that American embassy is coming to carry their children. Is what I'm saying. Because these are American children, born of an American citizen. And the man has committed bigamy only because the lady says she has been married for 10 years. Apparently, she has proof that they're married.
It's no disrespect, yeah. What if the guy now see men are men, yeah? You want to start the thing is when you want to start a war, know that you can win it. At the end of the day, yeah. No, but let me finish what I'm saying. Yeah, what I'm saying to you is that you're saying that the children are American. How do you prove that? If the guy wants to be dirty and nasty and vindictive, number one, he will stop the money, like Uncle Ben said. Number two, he won't even answer your calls again. Dr. Sam, let me finish. And then number
she's already suffering. So what does she have to lose?
No, but
the thing is, I hear what you're saying, but I've been in a divorce. What I'm saying to you, let me finish here. I've been in a divorce. I've been in a custody fight.
No,
so I have the experience that it is let me land. People are saying this, not knowing what it entails. It is crazy.
I don't want you to go that side. That's the next
one. What side am I going? What side am I going?
Don't go to that side yet. We're going.
But what I'm trying to say to you, you're making it as you think it's easy, and Uncle Ben is like, and I saying, and I agree with him.
Easy, but you go shine touch for the man.
Okay, all right then. If you say so, but what I'm trying to say to you, if the guy, like most men do, probably hasn't even done a court wedding, he's probably done traditional. There's nothing on paper. What's she gonna do then?
You don't understand my point. I want them to shine touch on him. I want him to flag. Simple.
Sorry, I hear you. I understand you. I feel your pain, but we need to be practical. Is it realistic though? That's all I'm saying.
At least make them shine touch for your ass. Finish.
Madam Luke, please don't yes, Misty.
Hi, Dr. A. How are you? Hi, everyone.
I'm good, my darling. Yes.
I just want to say a few words.
Before you talk, I want Uncle Beno to finish, then I'll come to you. Uncle Beno,
okay.
Finish. Uncle Beno, could you unmute?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead and finish what you were saying. Abby, if you're listening, he's saying that your device is not connected. So you might want to go out and come back, and then I'll bring you back in. Thank you.
Basically, I think I've said my mind. One thing I notice is that I think some women, I'm sorry, I just have to put it out there so that at least people can learn from the show. I think sometimes when we as men, when we are being honest in situations like this, women find it difficult to accept what we are saying. But my advice would be for any woman out there who might find themselves in this type of situation, and they are fortunate to discover a show like this, where men actually come forward and be willing to speak from men's perspective. Please listen to what we are saying and know how you move. I've always said this. For me, when I see any issues like this, I try to put myself in the shoes of the people we are talking about and try to give my honest opinion about how it could be. And that is why I said, if I have to go by the story that Madame Luke read, apparently this man lives in America. He is married to a Caucasian woman in America. How do you establish marriage in America? Is it not through court wedding? Right?
There's also common law. Don't forget there's common law.
Fine. In America, right?
There's common law.
My sister, when person won't come marry for paper, na court wedding that they do. Mostly.
I said, are you discounting that there's common law marriage? Yes or no?
I'm not discounting common law.
Thank
I'm
you.
just going by fact, and I usually don't like to argue when I'm a guest on shows. I am not discounting that. I'm just saying basically what I know that is happening here. I've lived here 12 years, going 13 now, and I can count up to like 30 people that have used this route. The only thing you do that is recognized where you need a paper is you go to the court. After they don't join you for court, they give you certificate. Now that time the woman go apply for you, say, okay, may they give you stay. They first give you work permit. After 2 to 3 years, they change your work permit to permanent residence. So, and I'm saying, as far as the American legal system is concerned, the Caucasian wife is the wife they recognize. Now, he got married in Nigeria to another woman and every other thing. That is Nigeria. Is not relevant to what is going on here in America. And when it comes to men choosing any single lady that is hearing now, I will tell you the truth. What I have observed, what I've witnessed, and what I've seen happen is this. When a man marries in America and they also marry a woman in Nigeria, that American marriage takes precedence over the marriage in Nigeria. Anytime push come to push or how na dey talk am, anytime bad both won't happen, majority of those men will rather pacify the wife they have in America because of their stay. And what that means is that their stay in America has priority over whatever they got going on in Nigeria. So if the woman in Nigeria is now saying, I want to fight, he abandoned me, he do this, he do that. This is where I will advise women. If you are my sister, I will tell you plainly, this marriage is not marriage. From the way this man is moving, coming to knock you off every 2 years, and you carry belly, you go back, you are not married. You are just a baby producing factory.
Abba, Uncle
Now,
Bino, and you will be the same person that we approve of polygamy. Is this not a polygamous relationship?
okay,
You can't have your cake and eat it, sir.
sister,
It's not polygamous. You're side
when you
chick.
know this
You're
No,
side
if
chick.
situation,
you have children, the woman claims
It
she's married,
don't
and you have
matter.
to give her
I'm
the
a
benefit of
single
the
mom.
doubt.
I've got
Hold
children.
on, hold on. I have to
The
say
thing is,
something.
I've got
There's a rule.
children.
Hold on, Madam Luke. There's a rule. When a panelist is speaking, let that person finish whatever they have to say. Then, after they finish saying and they say, I'm done, and I recognize they are done, and you say, can you do a pushback? Then you can do a pushback. Most people do not like being interrupted when they are talking. So, and I would like for people to come in, air their views. We don't need to like it, but respect it, but allow them to land. So, Uncle Ben, you still have the floor. Round up so I can go to Misty. And Uncle Jonaba, good to have you. Welcome to the show, sir.
thank you. So what I'm just saying is that there are women in Nigeria, as we are speaking right now, that have the same situation in their hands. They are dealing with it. So if that person is my sister and I want to advise her, I will simply tell her the truth. Make her no vex. Me, I'm blunt. I will tell her, you are a baby producing factory to this man. 10 years, he never carry you travel or anything. And he's not even telling you what is at stake. It's a different thing when the man involved you from the get-go that, look, I married to white, oh, see what we are doing, oh, see what is happening, oh, why I can't fight for your paper. Oh. You know, it's a different thing. But this one cut communication with you because probably you are calling at times that the Caucasian woman is beginning to suspect something is going on. So he already cut you off. I will simply tell the woman, what matters to you? Can you raise these children alone? Do you need the money this man is sending to you? Okay, if she tells me, yes, that money is what we are using to survive, house, everything, motorway with the you, now in the supply. Okay, fine. Ready to divorce this man, ready to move on. But you have to divorce in a way that he's still going to continue to take care of his responsibilities. If you say you won't fight, you won't go hire a lawyer, anything, me, I will remove my hand. I wish you good luck. That's my take. Thank you.
So much, Uncle Ben. I'm going to come to Misty. Misty, please give us your legal expertise. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you coming in. Go ahead, Misty.
Hi, sweet. How are you? I hope you're good.
I'm doing
Um,
good.
so I want to pursue Miss Luke's argument. She is interested in reporting the matter to the embassy. So let's assume that this gentleman married his wife first in Nigeria. It's a registered marriage, be it at the registry, be it in church. That's the official recognized marriage, right? He's now in America, he's in the US, and he's contracted. That's a subsequent marriage. He contracted a subsequent marriage, which ordinarily, if he were in Africa, should be null and void. It has no legal implication whatsoever. But let's assume that now this woman in Nigeria goes to the embassy and reports him. So he's reported. American embassy opens a file on him, and they come to a conclusion that he's contracted two subsisting marriages, right? Which in the eyes of the law is totally wrong. Now that raises the point where the American embassy or immigration in America will conclude that this is a marriage of convenience. He basically contracted this marriage so he could get his papers abroad. It would lead him to be stripped of his citizenship in the US and his deportation back to Nigeria, right? Now, this woman has to think twice. Is that what she wants, that he's deported back to Nigeria? And how will she sustain herself to take care of the kids? Uncle Beno said something that the marriage does not exist at all. And I agree with that. The reason why I agree with that is that this marriage in Nigeria is simply on paper. There's no practicality to it. So it's recognized as a marriage in Nigeria on paper. If I were her, I would get a divorce and move on with my life. She's only 33 or 34. She's still very young. Let her have a discussion with this gentleman to continue providing for his children financially, and she can move on with her life. That is really what I would have done. I don't see any other way out of it. So that in that order, should leave him to continue with his marriage in the US, and she can continue with her life in Nigeria, and the children are provided for. I think that would be the practical thing to do. I beg to submit.
All right, thank you so much, Misty. I really appreciate that. I'm going to go to Uncle Janaba. Uncle Janaba, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Adama. It's been a while.
It's been a while. Yes, welcome, sir. Welcome. It's good to have you.
And
I
I
don't know
saw
you.
your girl in person
you
like a week or 2 weeks ago, a week ago, I
she
think.
sent me everything. Yes, I did. And you guys were having a good time.
Yes. All
So do you
right,
know
to
what
be.
what we are talking about, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right, so what's your opinion on the topic, sir?
This is like my friend Sowore is acting that is protesting on behalf of Nigerian policemen and women that come and catch up with them. Uh, it's the same issue here. Um, why the lady, she's still young. The last submission, that is all I will also advise her. She is of no benefit of pursuing any legal issue. What if we come to Nigeria? What about the children? Who will take care of them? Um, I say karma in the sense that she, in her word, that she was in a relationship, but this diaspora guy came, and you don't know how and how much and all that the guy did for her. We don't know, but we know that she was in a serious relationship, and she abandoned it for this young man. And you don't know how heartbroken is that man till today. So that she should just accept her life the way it is and move on. We are all not perfect. We make mistake. But the earlier you realize, instead of looking for what you're not going to get the best out of it, you start all over again. It's never too late for her. She's a young lady. And if the other young man too do the same thing, it will catch up with all of us in a matter of time. There's no need of protesting with Nigerian police on the street, where you know that all of us have suffered in the hands of these people. They don't know their job. If I were so worried, I would say, go and fight for reformation of the police, but not those ones that are also a criminal. They are no different. And in his word, he said, look at this one today. It will be one of you tomorrow. What you sow is what you reap. It's the same case here. The woman should just accept that and move on with her life.
Thank you so much, sir. You're always straightforward. That's what I love about your submission and your opinion. Uncle KJ, are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Before I come to you, Madam Luke, can you unmute? Who else has a beautiful voice here? Abby. Okay, I want to tell everyone, every show you see us put together for you, my executive producer is Uncle KJ, and the producer is Chim. I hopefully he can be able to join us. So I want to take our time today to celebrate this man right here, Uncle KJ. Uncle KJ is a lovely father, a lovely husband, a provider, a man that wears so many hats. He's been in productions for years. He knows so much about media that I can't even start begin to learn what he has taught me. So I want to take our time to celebrate him today, Uncle KJ. Ndewo sir. Chukwu gọzie gị n'ihe niile ị na-emeela m.
Amen.
Gọziekwa m ndị ezinụlọ gị. I really appreciate you, sir. I can call you anytime and you are willing. Even when it's not convenient for you, sir Adama, I'll do it for you. And I just want to tell you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Even when
Thank-
I'm not able to do anything, you say, Adama, listen, you've been working too much. Just cancel the show. You'll be okay. Don't worry about it. And I just want to tell you, thank you, sir, for your support, your message, always checking on me, always making sure that I'm okay. I really appreciate it. So, with that being said, Madam Luke, are you ready to sing the song?
Yeah.
And do anybody have anything to say to him? Today is his birthday.
Yes,
So,
everybody, please unmute and join me to sing a happy birthday song to
this
our
is
own
Madam
darling
Luke's
Uncle
favorite.
KJ.
Oh, happy birthday
Birthday
to
to you.
you. Happy
Happy
birthday
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 to
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 you.
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 Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday,
Happy
Uncle
dear
KJ.
KJ.
birthday.
Happy
Oh,
Happy
happy
birthday
birthday
to
birthday
you.
to
to you. We
you.
love
We
you
wish
so
Thank
you
you.
many happy returns, long life,
Nice
and prosperity.
70.
Hip,
much.
hip, hip,
Amen.
Hooray!
hip, hip,
Amen.
hip,
Hooray!
Amen.
hip, hip, hip.
Hooray.
Hooray! Okay, happy
Yes.
Thank
birthday.
you
Madam
so
Luke, do you
much,
have
Madam
anything to
Luke.
say before he speaks? Does anybody have any wishes they want to wish him? I just want us to celebrate him today. I really love this man here. He's I don't want to get emotional, but Uncle KJ, you're special to me, and I want you to know that. Thank you, sir, for everything you've done for me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Madam Luke,
Thank
I know this is your sweetheart, so go ahead.
Oh,
Up to
you
you.
know, this man rocks my world any day, and I'll tell you why. Never an unkind word. Never. This is a man that you'll be around and you'll be comfortable. This is an ultimate peacemaker and a man with wisdom and intelligence. Uncle KJ, I salute you today,
you.
tomorrow, and forever. I have
God.
saluted you yesterday. I'm saluting you today. I will
Mm.
salute you tomorrow and forever. May God bless you and continue to
Mm.
give you all your heart's desire. Continue
Amen.
to empower you to be who you are and more. We are
Amen.
proud of you. We can't we can't hold a candle to your status on this platform because you have brought peace, you have brought maturity, you have brought kindness, you've brought humility, and I want to thank you. I may not want, I may aspire to be like you one day, but it's going to be a tall order. But I will keep trying. God bless you, sir.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke. Thank you so much for your very kind words. And Adama, thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you. Thank you. Every single one of you are important to me. I had a small party, but I had to leave it to come and at least show my face up here and support whatever Adama is doing. And Madam Luke have taken over the program, and we have actually increased in number, and Adama also. So it has been a blessing to me. I like diverse opinion, because in diverse opinion you get wisdom. It does not matter whether what the person is saying is sensible now. Some words are reasonable now. Some are reasonable in the next day. Some are reasonable for what you have learned and didn't know what it was. So I come with an open mind to learn from each and every one of you, and I've been so blessed listening to ideas that I do not agree with, but I listen to it all the same. I go sit down by myself and think about what the person have said, and there's always something to take away from every single word spoken on this platform. And I hope and I wish that everybody else who comes will come with such an open mind to learn. Knowledge is not based in one man's brain. Every other person has something. The Igbos have a proverb that every madman has his own sense. So it is the world also. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Happy birthday, Uncle KJ.
Hey, Jalaba.
How you doing, brother?
Thank you so much, Jalaba.
Thank you, brother. Many more years. All I can say that I've already said it. So just want to say that you are a good man. We disagree in many ways, but not on your birthday. Happy
Thank you
birthday.
so Thank you so much.
Uncle,
Thank you so much.
Uncle Janaba said it. He did remind him of that part. Was that this show hasn't started yet? So, Uncle KJ, what is your opinion on the video? We just what we are talking about. Then I'm going to ask us a question. Let me start with this question: will you encourage a long distance relationship?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Straight no. In the university, we tried all those long distance. I used to have a girlfriend who was in the west of Nigeria, and I was, up north. It was quite, it was a bit of an issue, traveling from the north to the south, to the east, and vice versa. At that time, Nigeria is still good, so that's no problem of say you have armed robbers or kidnappers. No, but it was not an easy thing because I still remember the last straw that broke the camel's back. She wrote me a long list of letter, how it was torturous for her, when she wants to go to parties. And she's this kind of very private person. She doesn't entertain nonsense. So when she wants to go out, because the boyfriend is not around, she can't go to those parties. She cannot interact outside that she probably want to. And so it became a problem. Anyway, to cut a long story short, it's always very challenging, except both individuals are private people, very private people. Then you can say yes. Even at that, you are still a human being. You need to, interact with your environment, and so it becomes a big challenging. Some people have practiced it and have been successful, but I don't think I'm that kind of person, and I don't know if there are other people who are like me. It's not a very easy thing. And I remember before now, phone telephones was not that easy to come by. So what even being on communication every now and then doesn't really exist. And even now that it does exist, it doesn't still take the place of human interaction face to face, eyeball to eyeball, as the Hausas would say, fiscal the fiscal, ido the ido. So it doesn't take that place. And so it becomes a bit challenging for people who are very practical, like myself. So I know that one two people who have practiced it and succeeded, but I'm somebody who I think I'm too straightforward to have me be somewhere else and talking to you. I'm telling you what is not. and I know that what I'm telling is not true, so it doesn't end up well for me. But I know people who have done it. You know, they they keep telling stories to their loved ones abroad or even around Nigeria of what is not. You know, and I don't think it's right. But if you can practice it, okay. For me, no.
Okay,
Next,
thank you so much, sir.
okay.
Um, all right,
You
Madam. So let's go. The question I want to ask you,
sorry, I wanted to talk a bit on what the
we were
last speaker.
discussing. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I totally agree with what the lawyer said, and I also agree with what the gentleman submitted. You see, before you begin a race, you have to count what is the mileage you want to get out of whatever fight you want to engage in. So, for a person who is married to a man who is here and who has done all what we have discussed so far, before you get into the fight, decide for yourself how far do you want to go and what will be your end goal. What will be the result that you get and you say, I have succeeded, or at least we're even. If the pros is not is if the pros is a very very little more than the cons, then you leave it out. You know, it's better for you to say, okay, let us make an arrangement for you to supply for the children that you have brought into this world, keep them, and then I can move on with my life. If you can get that arrangement, you have gotten a winning. At least you are all in 50-50. But if you go take up a fight that you may not be able to win. I give an example. There's a Nigerian kickboxer king. I'm trying to remember his name. Okay, who had a girlfriend. They went out for 1 year, and then she sues him for half of his wealth, and only to realize that the guy's wealth was not even in his name. Okay, at the end, she ended up being the one who gives him $500,000. As part of her wealth, because the judge realized that she was just being manipulative, and at the same time, this guy doesn't even have anything that was in his name. Everything was put under his mother's name. So his mother was virtually running everything about his life. So you find out that some people have gone into that fight and they didn't do their enough research and they lost everything. Others have gone in, and by the stroke of luck, they're able to make something out of it. So I would tell the lady who have already made a mistake by leaving who was with her and gone for this somehow greener pasture that didn't turn out to be green after all, to have a peaceful discussion. If need be, whenever a guy shows up in Nigeria, have that discussion with the Nigerian lawyer who will advise both of you that, look, we don't want to take a fight with you. But these people that you brought who are legitimately your children need to be taken care of. And I'm sure that anybody who lives in the US will know that that is a very fair game, very fair bargain that they're asking you for. With $1,000, you can actually be able to handle those things without having to go pay a lawyer and then begin to drag yourself up and down. And if you are somebody, if the lady is very, very, very knowledgeable about the media, can get a very local journalist who make sure that each time you show up in court, pictures of you are taken and put in the national media, in the national daily, for which they write about the story. So you don't want to go through all that. So you quietly sort yourself out and move on, because both of you have it. In fact, you, the man in the US, came into this with what do you call it now? English, I feel me here, with a motive to cheat. So it wasn't that you are coming without knowing what you wanted to do. You have gotten through with it. She also was coming because she also had a greed to be with somebody who has made it and who is in the US. So make una settle una this thing quietly. Everybody waka go their way. That's where I stand. Thank you, ma.
Can I say something?
Yes, ma.
Okay. So yes, I've heard what everybody said. Just a bit of pushback. I'm just putting myself in the lady's situation right now. Let me state this. This lady never had anything. She did not have the companionship of her husband. She didn't have a father figure in the house to raise her children. The only pittance she got was those monies or those few nights that he came to spend in her bedroom. So she has never had anything. So I don't want to know what anybody's saying that what's she gonna lose? Is it that money that she's used? Is it honestly? Is it the money he has been sending from America that has been allowing her to keep those 3 children and herself? When he comes every 2 years, and remember she has not heard from him in 4 years, as of the last time we wrote that letter. She wrote that submission. So my thing is, yes, and I've always been the kind of woman where I will never put myself in that situation. But we forget that this lady was in her 20s, was 23, when she got into this unholy alliance. And I bet you that this man is a Muzungu. He's a Mongo Park. I bet you. Somebody who has been married to a Caucasian in America, you can tell you that this man is in 40s, 50s. So I'm not exonerating this lady from being unwise. I wouldn't say she was being greedy. She was unwise. A bird in hand is worth 3 in the bush. But having said that, right now I'm a woman scorned, and I'm going to play that role, and I'm going to wear that hat. I will go to that American embassy. I would expose every goddamn thing I know about that man, even if it's just because it stink. I'm not looking. Listen to me. I'm not looking for legal battle. I keep saying this. I am not looking for a legal battle. I'm not getting any lawyer. All I'm saying, I have a petition to file. This is this man. This is what happened. He came in here. We got married right there. That marriage is null and void. But the fact that he was able to come in here and get another woman to be his wife, under whatever circumstances, Nigeria recognizes 3 marriages: customary, customary, court, and what's the other one? Islamic. So your American government does not have the right to tell me what is legal in my country. This is my marriage, and I'm standing by it. So what you choose to do with the information I give you is your problem. I am only simply writing to you to tell you that this man is a bigamist. He's operating 2 homes and two relationships. And I will really get in touch with that wife, and I will show him all the children.
So, but Madam, look, but this is what I don't understand. You've been saying this, and I really want to really understand where you're coming from. When this man came to Nigeria, he was upfront and said he was married. There was nothing hidden.
Did I complain? I didn't say it wasn't my, but he played me and told me that I was going to get a divorce. How many times does that happen here?
No, listen to me, Madam. Look, listen. If you're going to get involved with someone,
I'm saying that yes.
No, hold on, hear me out. If you're going to get involved as 2 grown adults, whether he's older than you or not older than you, I don't care about that. But for the fact that this man said, I'm married, and this
why was he married again?
Hold on, Madam. Look, let me finish.
No. Why was he married again? What was the reason he gave for that marriage?
Regardless of what the reason is.
You cannot sweep that under the rug.
Hold on, but Madam, look, listen to what I'm saying first. Then you can push back. Let me finish.
It wasn't a remarriage. That's why my cousin, it was not a remarriage. It was for papers. Did you not hear what she said? How many people come here and say they're going to marry for papers? Hold on. And they do that and they bring their wives over. It happens all the time. This was the reason he gave me. That he's married to a white woman for papers. That was what he said. And I took him on that. Okay, yes. Because without his papers, I can't get mine. Nigerians do it all the time. Other countries do that all the time. So what is the issue here? So the issue is to tell him with whatever the chats he has been giving me is to report him that he committed visa marriage fraud over there. Because that was what he told me. So when I was legally married,
Madam, look, you're not listening. But listen to my pushback. I am listening to what you're saying, but
because
this is my pushback.
He used his own mouth. Wait,
Madam, listen to what I'm saying. My question to you is this. My question to you is this. Tell me something this lady has done wrong. All you are pointing out.
No, listen to me. No, please.
Tell me what the
I do not like people throwing women under the bus, and I will not stand for
it. There's no accountability. She made that choice. She's an adult. She's an adult.
Wait a minute.
As women, we need to take accountability for our good and bad choices.
but
We
look
are
at it.
not. We
Look at
can't do sisterhood when you're wrong.
No, look
We
at this.
can't
I'm
just.
not.
I
Listen,
cannot advocate for
now,
a
listen to me.
friend that that has an
Listen
affair
to
with a
me.
married
No,
man.
no, 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 no. We're not going to win
That's
this one. So let
basically
me
the
just
same
say.
situation.
Let me say this on a final note because I will disagree and will disagree. You
That's fine.
told me, you use your mouth to tell me your marriage is not real. You use your own mouth to tell me that your marriage is fake. Abi? And you are here vouching and telling me he was legally married. He was married. The man has come and told you that his marriage is not real and you're still vouching for him. Make it make sense.
Okay, can I push back 1 minute before
Yes,
Sister Dana? Yeah, my pushback is this year. It does, the law doesn't care about emotions. I don't know if you've ever been, like I said, Misty has gone, but the law doesn't care about emotions. The fact that he did it for papers, it's still a legally binding marriage.
Okay, good.
Now, let me finish, please, and then I'll let you finish. So that it doesn't care about emotions. So whether he did it just for papers, and I know many of our community do marry just for papers, it's still in the eyes of the law a legally binding marriage. Now, what I'm saying is about accountability. Now, you're all about, I hear your perspective and I agree. As far as I'm concerned, they're both at fault. But in regards to talking about the woman now, there's red flags. Now, for me, if some man checks me, and says to me, oh, you know what, honey, babe, I'm married. With my 2 senses I have in my head, why would I say no? And yet this woman said yes. It's because I have morals and it's because I have common sense. So as far as I'm concerned, if you're stupid enough to still entertain a man that has told you point blank that I'm married to a Caucasian woman, anything that happens to you, you deserve it because you're too stupid to make the right choice, which is not to entertain a married man.
Good.
So I come back to what I said. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. I come back to what I said. It's not about emotions. It's about accountability. Why don't we take accountability in regards to this woman? Why can't she take accountability for her bad choices?
You know why?
Look, let her finish. Let her finish, Madam. Look, let her
No,
finish.
she asked the
Why
question.
can't she take accountability for her bad choices? Now, me as an individual, let me finish, please.
Okay.
And I'll let you land when I'm done. What I'm saying to you, as an individual, I talk about myself because I don't know anybody. I will always take accountability for my bad choices and my good choices. I'm not going to go into my history, but I've been in a situation very similar to this woman in the sense that I've had a situation where I've dated someone and I found out they were married. The difference between me and this lady, as soon as I found out, I ran for my life. She ran forward into a relationship where the man was married to some other woman. Anything that happens to that woman, having 3 kids, being abandoned in Nigeria, you deserve it because that's the truth. You have to take, there has to be consequences to your actions. We teach our children. I have 2 boys that are doing my nuts right now because they can't stop eating. It's the summer holidays in the UK. And I try to teach them there's consequences to your bad choices. That's children. The same thing as an adult. You have to take accountability for your bad choices. Why are we trying to sugarcoat her bad choices?
No.
Whatever happens to her is her fault for not seeing the red flag.
We are not, you see, we are not.
Okay, hold on, Madam. Hold on, Madam. Look, please, before you respond to Honey Babe, please, okay? I want us to just take a deep breath in, please. Listen, Madam Luke, you're going to respond, and after you respond, I'm going to play the next video. Go ahead, Madam Luke. Go ahead.
Okay, listen, I'm saying this. Unfortunately for all of us, I am a Nigerian babe. I would have done exactly what that girl did. I am beating my full chest.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we have. That's the reason why there's issues.
You can't interrupt her. Let her finish.
Let me tell you where my own accountability comes in. I will never allow a Muzungu to come and deceive me in Nigeria. I will have my own business. I'll be taking care of my children. But what I'm doing going forward to do, the window of accountability is over. I'm moving forward. I'm looking for an end game. Maga go pay. Simple. And whatever it takes me to to do whatever I got to do. My own is like, as a woman's con now. That's my that is where I'm going now. So this accountability one is out the window. I'm not interested in that. I've made my mistake. What is the way forward? Is my question.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, this is what I want to say, and I'm going to let Chim speak, then I'll play the next video. To the women listening, this is my point. I don't care who you hook up with, whatever you do, but you cannot come out and cry foul over something you have the detail of, or something. All you need to do is ask question or find out for yourself. At the end of the day, as women, we need to learn to take accountabilities for our actions, regardless of how they go. Because guess what? Every decision we make in life has its pros and cons. It's just the way life is. We don't have to like it. But I'm not going to sit here and put everything on this man, knowing that this man is in the diaspora looking for his paper and came to Nigeria and told this girl, listen, I'm married to a white woman. I'm looking for my papers, whatever. And you're going to sleep. You want to have intercourse and everything. I said this when we started the show. A lot of women, as soon as they see men from the diaspora, they are in a very good relationship back home. But as soon as they see someone from the diaspora, as someone who have brothers, trust me, they run with that person. They don't even care what you do for a living, what your name is, or anything. So long as you are in the diaspora, you're good to go. And they're willing to wait on you for 20 years, 10 years, this thing. And you think Adama, will come here and feel sorry for you? I'm not going to feel sorry for you, because guess what, baby? It's your choice to put yourself on hold for a man who you can't even come into the country where he is to see him. That's all I'm saying. You can't. So we cannot sit here. Every time we have a conversation, we're saying the man. As women, when do we look at ourselves and say, you know what, we messed up? I don't want to use the word fucked up, because that's how I feel. She really fucked up. Excuse my language. But at the end of the day, let's have conversation where people can learn from it, because it's still going on as we speak today. Men travel from here, United States, Canada, Europe, wherever, go back home, sleep with these women, protected or unprotected, whatever, put them in a family state, and guess what? The family will be like, oh, he's in America. He's in Europe. Be patient. He's going to come and take you. At the end of the day, if you want to put your life on hold for someone and you have nothing to fall back on, guess what? You're going to deal with the fuck up. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Shem, welcome
Dr.
to the
Adama,
show.
Sorry, can I?
Sorry.
I just wanted to push back. I really respect what she's saying, but I think maybe coming from other shows, I've always had this mentality that I understand that we're supposed to support each other as sisters, but it's like, for me, if I have a friend of mine and she's moving a certain way, which I don't think which is detrimental to her character, I'm going to pull you out and say to you, your choices are not good. Now, I can't sugarcoat it because I want to be if I'm a good sister, I need to push back and tell you that the choices you're making are bad. And I think that, I know a lot of emotions has happened, everyone's getting emotional about this, but it's quite interesting, and it's us as a collective, us as a community. I know that we always make it seem like, oh, we're really going down on the women, but I think us as women, we should be able to tell fellow women, especially if I had a friend like that. If I had a friend like that, I should be able to say to her, sorry, sis, you messed up. Now, I've been in a relationship, and as soon as it turned crazy, I was gone out with my stomach. Like I said, 7 months pregnant. And what I'm trying to say is that I think that if you're in a relationship for 10 years, you can't blame, you can blame the man to a certain extent, even though he did tell you everything about him. But you can't really blame him if you actively enabled him to continue to use you for 10 years. I think that's on that lady. And I think personally, the lady needs to needs to accept that, you know what, for 10 years, I was stupid, and I need to accept that.
Thank you so much. And to our viewers, I want to apologize for cussing because I'm not, I didn't have to do that, but I'm just sorry. Uncle Ben, go ahead, say what you need to say, then I'll come to Chim, then we'll go to the next video. Uncle Ben, go ahead. I'm listening. What do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Adama. I just wanted to say something about what Madam Luke was pointing out. Um, I think I heard somewhere in this story that the lady say it's been 4 years since he heard from the guy last. Is that correct?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
you're right. Yes, yes.
Okay. In that case, I think the lady is not telling people the full story. She has already shown the guy Shege. And the Caucasian in America has already dealt with the guy. That's why she haven't heard from him for 4 years. She has already messed him up. I think all those times she's calling. The Caucasian wife has gotten hold of what's going on, and
Good.
she has probably um dealt with him, and that's why the man just kind of like cut her off and all that. And I'm saying that because I have somebody who has gone through the same process before. And when he told me, I advised him that his own was even different. In his own case, he was afraid to notify the wife in Nigeria that he has a wife over here. So he was hiding the wife here from the wife in Nigeria. And my advice to him that time was that, listen, bro, your wife in Nigeria knew exactly what you are doing here. She is pretending that you don't marry over here just to fool you. Don't think you are fooling her. And the fact that you are trying to hide your relationship in US from the woman in Nigeria, you're gonna be the one to lose. Guess what? The lady here in the US later found out because when you don't tell the woman in Nigeria what you are doing in the US, you are simply giving them the freedom to call you whenever they want, to text you anytime they want, to question anything you are doing. They can do all kinds of things from Nigeria. So I'm just bringing that in that might be part of the story that the
Mm-hmm.
lady is not telling. All this
Mm-hmm.
one she's saying now that what can I do? Hey, this is my baby. Is because she did that. The guy ghosted her. She's not receiving no dime from US anymore. The load is probably too much for her now, and she's just seeking public sympathy. I just wanted to point that out. So,
Thank you.
Madam Luke, just to support your point that you're saying, for me personally, I do not support any man who is married in the US and then go to Nigeria to say I'm looking for a wife. It's a no-no for me. It's okay. Everybody have their parole when they enter this side. If you and the woman within Nigeria, if you guys are running the parole together, excellent. It will work
Please, for
out
our
for
viewers
you.
that are listening, we don't. What is the word parole? I don't understand what that means.
That's a
Dr.
coded language,
Dama, you go
Adama.
go Naija, go
Use your
learn
two
that one.
tongues
I
to
hold
catch
on
your
now, please. Can you explain that, Ben? No, I asked you a question.
Bali,
Answer the question.
Bali, Bali, Bali.
Okay. Okay.
No,
Mhm.
actually,
Ben,
what
no, Ben, no. You've been using words that I've not been understanding this night, and this is the second time. Last warning.
so basically, if anybody want to do that, my advice is that don't lie to the woman in Nigeria. Just tell her the main thing. And because the reality remains that 80 out of 100 Nigerian men will always want to marry from home than marry in abroad. I'm sorry to my sisters and anybody that hear this. So, but please,
Say that
any
percentage
brother
again. You said 80%. You said how many percent?
that
Yeah, so
87, I'm being generous.
did I not tell
About
you? Did I not tell
90%.
you that I'll be one of them? I beat my chest, so I go be one of them. I don't hide them. Oh.
So about 90% of Nigerian men in the US, they will prefer to marry from Nigeria. Even me that I'm speaking with you right now, even though I preach it every day that marry where you are. If
Mm.
I find myself in a situation where I have to be married, I will always give the ladies in Nigeria priority over the one in abroad. I'm sorry to say, it's the way we are wired. Unless if I see an African lady in abroad who is not crazily into this Western madness. But If we have to go with this Western, I know everything, I know it all. You this, you that. I will go Nigeria, go find my own traditional woman, JJ carry come. Now I think carry her come. Make she come they show me shege. But I'm just telling
Exactly.
you,
Abby, please help me
90% of
mute Ben.
Nigerian
Abby,
men
please, he's
will
next
want
to
to
you.
do
Help me
that. Thank you
unmute
very
Ben.
much.
Thank you. I know. Thank you. Chim, what do you have to say about what we're discussing? Welcome to the show.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me. Because I didn't come in early, I will pass this particular segment until after the next video. But I just wanted to say that parole doesn't mean that pali. Parole simply means plans. Whatever plan the man is
Exactly.
doing, as long as he's carrying that lady around, that's the parole. The parole means
Exactly.
our plans. So if the woman is in the parole, then there's no problem. But if she's not in the parole, then what Uncle Ben was talking about will happen. She will call at any point because she doesn't understand the game being played. Excuse me, or she's pretending not to understand it when she knows, but she just wants to throw in some sand into that parole. But if she's part of the parole, like he said, you're carrying her along in the parole, she knows you're going there to get a document. And the process of getting that document might require that you, quote and unquote, do some amoral things, let me put it that way. Then she knows not to call you at certain times. She knows, okay, I will call him when he's at work, when he's not at home, where this woman is going to make trouble for him and all that. So I guess that's what she's saying. But because I came in late, I just got back from work. I don't think it will be respectful enough of what everybody has said for me to start chiming in. So I would wait until you play the second video. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Sister Natu, I want to come to you, sis.
Present,
Welcome
ma.
to the show. You're present.
Thank you.
Please, I'm begging you for something. You know that mute button that we use on Ben. Tonight, you need to activate it because I'm going to be activating it. Yes, Ben has started.
All right.
He started up nice, though.
Uncle Ben is going on timeout.
He's
Uncle Ben
been
go and
using
face the wall.
coded word. The last one he used now, Chim had to explain. He said parole. So, Sister Natalie, what do you have to say about what we are discussing? Welcome.
So I've been following, excuse me, from the beginning, but because I went out with my husband, I had my earpiece on. But look, I'm your girl. But let's tell ourselves and our fellow women the truth. How many men live here and go to Nigeria to go do whatever they want to do and tell women that, oh, even not even from here, but in general, when married men want to mess around, they'll tell you that me and my wife are not together. Tomorrow his wife shows up pregnant, or I want to divorce her, or things are not going along. We are going to be separated. I'm just looking for somebody now because once you separate, no. What we're going to tell young girls now is that when married man comes to you and tell you that, oh, I'm just together with her, we're going to be divorced and I'll marry you, go and divorce her first and come back. When you divorce her, that I know that you are clear, you come back. Even if you are doing it for Pali, we have known people that have gone to do paper for do Pali, marriage for Pali, and are tied in that thing for 10 years, 15, 20 before they see I come out. So it's not the usual fantasy of like, oh, you just go in, just after 1 year, 2 years, you just divorce the person and you fast forward. No, I had a friend that did for somebody. She was tied in that BS for like 10 years. And that was the reason why when I came, like nobody could convince me to do that Pali nonsense for anybody.
God
Do you
bless you,
understand
Sister
what I'm saying?
Natu. One Hennessy
So,
for you.
Exactly.
please, I want to come on with ice. Send the ice. You know that one that has to bring smoke. But so let's tell ourselves the truth. So now that she's saying that she has no way to, if he's saying that he's going to divorce, a lot of men that marry their wife for Pali, some of them did for Pali, but they decide to find out that I think this person is my kind of person and it's cheaper to keep them than maybe they end up having kids. Because the truth is that some of these people are going for Pali and then they go out behind and be benching themselves and the women end up being pregnant and they start making life a living hell for them. I know someone right now that thing happened to because of Pali. This lady is having 3 kids, and then when I say life is unbearable, anything that will affect her child support, she makes life a living hell for that person. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we're gonna talk to women and tell them anybody comes to you, a married man. First of all, why are you messing around with a married man? That's the first question. Like Honey Bay said, if you have to mess around with a married man, something is wrong in your head. If he tells you that he's marrying the wife because of Pali, say okay, no problem. Because guess what? We have to start telling women, stop putting your life on hold. What if the Pali take him 10 to 15 years? You wait for him 10 to 15 years until he comes back? No. No. One of our family friends here, Right now he's in Dallas. I don't even know where he is in Dallas or Texas or whatever. The girl that he wanted to marry at that time, his own is not even he married for palio. He had his pali. But he said he was trying to get himself together. When he was wasting time, this girl, the engagement that he went to pay, he went to do greetings and took all the stuff he took to her family. They took it back. She got married. Her first son is almost 10 years now. The guy is still not back. The guy is still not back. So what we're going to do is that we're going to talk to our agenda. Stop doing stupid stuff. If you go and follow married man and the married man has ghosted you, you're going to go and figure out how to feed those kids. If you say, oh, I'm going to go to the embassy, I'm going to spoil everything for him, fine. So if you spoil it now, the money still come to you. The man
Has
might
he
decide
seen,
to say he
wait,
will not fight for the
Mr.
kids.
Zanatu, has he seen money in
Ma,
4 years?
that's what I'm saying. So if you go and do what you did, is he going to still fight for the kids? Is he still going to accept? He can decide to say it's not his kid and he's not doing DNA. There's nothing he can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. No, there's nothing you can really do about it. He can even decide to say he doesn't know you. If he should say you people marry, he say, oh no, it was just a one night stand. There's nothing you can do about it. If the embassy keeps sending letter to him, and he's not, because embassy will not call you. They'll send you letter. They keep sending letter to him and he's not responding. What's gonna happen? They're gonna come arrest him because she's not in the States. She's in Nigeria. If she's in the States, it's a different thing entirely. But she's not. She's not. That's why we encourage women all the time. Go and look for your own money. Go and look for your own money, because when the chips go down, you know you're covered. You're not gonna be homeless and your kids be homeless. If you decide to go and open your leg for somebody that's not going to be responsible, then you know that your children are covered. But if you decide to say, oh, I'm not gonna because he has it, and at the end of the day you are homeless, that's on you, man. That's on you. Let's call a spade a spade. Thank you. Oh, by the way, hi Chim. And hello everybody.
Hello, welcome.
Hey, Sister Nato.
How are you? Oh
Hi,
my
Natu.
god, be a
How are
saying this,
you?
it doesn't mean I'm not be. I'm good, thank you.
How are you doing, Natu?
I am doing well, thank you for asking.
Okay.
Please, where is Okija? He's not here today. I need his input on this. So nobody's allowed to laugh. Hey.
I think you said nobody's allowed to laugh. Why are you laughing?
Not on
It's
begging
not
you.
only me.
Didi
Only
has been
me.
in the comment section asking me where is Okija. Okija, if you're listening, please, your fans are looking for you and they will appreciate it if you come in and add to what we're saying. So, do anybody have anything to say on this topic before I go on the next one?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I wanna push back as well. Let sis speak. You speak first, thank you.
Me say?
Yeah, sis.
Yeah, Madam Luke.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
please.
We know say our gender mess up. We don't agree. My own is to look for the way forward now. And I wanted to say this and I will close it. I know somebody that this thing happened to. You know what the lady did? She didn't make noise though. She did everything she could, to get herself to America with her children. And that was the end of it. When she got to the United States, all hell broke loose. So yes, you cannot fight from here, from Nigeria. So for you to have an equal level of equal footing of for fight, you have to get yourself to the United States. And this lady sold everything. She got 2 kids. The good thing about that one was that the man wasn't married to anybody. So when she now came, the man was forced to take her in, and they ended up having 4 children. They eventually divorced after how many years later? But this lady did not just sit down there and folded her arms. She struggled when the man would not bring her. She struggled, got herself to the United States by any means necessary, and she found that man and planted her buttocks in the house. So what I'm saying is that yes, we have messed up, and Mr. To push back to what Dr. Dama said, I don't know where anybody came up with this idea that the women, the man we are blaming. Nobody says so. We already said that both of them messed up from the beginning. How can you have a wife and you're coming to look for another wife in Nigeria? That is where the problem started from. So why are we pushing back now to the woman and saying, you know the man was married? The man went not say get wife for house. Why not sit in house for his side? Why not sit in house for girls? But men will be men. Men will be men. And like Uncle Beno said, yes, before a Nigerian man will go, he will rather go and get a Nigerian woman from home to come than the ones that are here. Just like me, if I'm in Nigeria, I would rather marry the one that's in America than I marry the ones here in Nigeria. Abba. Who don't
Sis,
like
have
better
you
thing?
yielded?
Who don't like better thing? So on that note, we're not blaming only the men. Both of them are equally to blame. But my question is, what is the way forward? We have accepted the blame. Yes, we made a foolish mistake. This guy was only 23. How old was that man? I said, I'm Muzungu. Go and check it. So what is the way forward? Instead of the girl to be crying, like Sister Natu said, my dear, no woman should open her leg and have a child without having a means of training that child. Because that man might only turn out to be a sperm donor in the end. So you must have a way to support yourself, man or no man, knowing that he might not be there tomorrow. You might be a widow, you might be anything. So, but what is the way forward? Since the man doesn't want to take responsibility for his actions, my own responsibility is to make sure he takes his responsibility. Anywhere I can do it. I've accepted that I'm going to blame, but I have to move forward, Abi. So I must have a plan B, and my game plan is to either bring him down or take him with me. That's my next goal. Thank you.
Sis, I really like your submission. You want to bring him down. I love what you said.
I'm going to bring him down.
Sorry, sis. The reason I'm laughing because that is actually was my temperament 10 years ago, but life happens, man, and you get sober real quick. But I agree with what you're saying. But I think the reason why we're emphasizing the lady is because the post, it was the woman that made the post. That's my understanding. So that's why, obviously, we're talking that the sis messed up. What I will say, I definitely agree with you a way forward. But what I will say is that I've had to navigate being, co-parenting with my ex-husband. And what I've realized that when you want to do conflict, no one wins. So I'm just thinking from the point of view of my experience that she's in a situation where she's in Niger and my man's in America. Personally, I liked what you said regarding the story you mentioned, where the woman moved in silence and carried herself to Niger to now wage war. Now, something like that makes sense to me in the sense of she shouldn't be going back and forth. If she can find her way, I'm not advocating for this, by the way, but I just love your story. If she can find her way to America and then they can duck it out, that's fantastic. But personally, the kid, she's got 3 kids where she needs to find a way to obviously find the finances to obviously look after them. Mm-hmm. She needs to move. What's the word I'm trying to think of? She needs to be sensible the way that she moves. If she wants to wage,
not just sensible, she needs to be realistic too.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. What I'm trying to say is that I've been in a fight, and I know it's not relevant to this, but I've realized in hindsight, 10 years later, that sometimes you have to swallow your pride and you have to try and mediate. Because if she's going to wage war, all that's going to happen is basically what a lot of people said. He can deny. Yes, you can try and force it, but are you going to force someone in America from Nigeria in a village? It's not practical. So what I'm trying to say is that you have to move with common sense and fight. You don't have to fight every battle. She really needs to be strategic in what she wants to do. Since you've mentioned at the end of your summation, what is the way forward? The way forward is to be realistic and ask yourself, if she is going to go to the Home Office, what's the reality and what's the consequences of doing that? One of the options would be, is like Misty said, is that they will now do whatever, his green card or whatever, that could be taken back. And next thing you know, he's back in Niger with you. How does that help the children? So you need to think about, if you want to pepper someone, be very, very careful, because the fire could go on you. So I always say that be very, very strategic. I personally think that if she can get someone, a third party, to have a conversation with him in terms of giving finance, I think the marriage is over, because personally, there's no way in this lifetime I'm waiting for someone I've not seen for 4 years. How does that even make sense? That is not a relation. That is not a relationship. You physically have not seen someone for 4 years. Your last child was born 4 years ago. Make it make sense. How is that a relationship? I mean, in the UK, one of the conditions to divorce is when you've been abandoned for 2 to 5 years. It's been a while since I've been divorced, so I can't actually remember. But that one of the conditions is that if you've been abandoned, how do you actually think that you're actually in a marriage? You're not in a marriage. And that's one of the grounds for divorce. I know that divorce may be an issue for some people, but I'm trying to make the understanding that she needs to understand the marriage is over, whether it's a village one, whether it's a court one. The marriage is over, and she needs to be in reality. It's a case of accepting the relationship is over and focusing on her children, which should be the primary objective. Can I mediate with this man or in order to get money for him to send to my children? That's the primary objective, not to pepper someone. The reason I say this is that, again, I've been in divorce court and custody court. Fighting doesn't help. The only people that win is the solicitors and the lawyers, not you. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think it's very important that if we say we're parents, and some of us are, the most important objective is the children. Sometimes we have to swallow our pride and think about what is in the interest of the children. If I have to swallow my pride and mediate with this piece of trash that has abandoned me for 4 years, I will do it. And if it doesn't work, then I need to think about what else I can do. That's my summation. Thank you.
Thank you so
Adana,
much.
please, real quick, let me just add to what Madam Luke said earlier. Okay, so she said that if in our country, cultural marriage, traditional marriage, or church marriage, whatever, is what is regarded as a marriage here, they have to take it. No, what they take is the
I didn't say I have
marriage.
to take it. I said it's my reality. That's my marriage.
Okay, yeah, that's you. But to them, that's not. So it has to be the court marriage. That's the one that they take. Because I'm telling you that because I was here before my husband, and when I had to file, they used the court papers. They didn't use the church one, the traditional one. There's no paperwork for that one. So what do you have to prove for the traditional one? There's nothing to prove. What do you have? Only pictures.
No. See, the lady said that is what we have not done. We didn't clarify the terms of the marriage. She said she has been married for 10 years. We don't know what kind of marriage it is. So I'm not assuming. I'm just using her mouth to say she has been married for 10 years.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Adama,
yes.
If me, I could just put my own suggestion though. The first thing to do is to find the man first. The man will don't disappear. Whether the man they jail himself, she don't know. So she has to locate the man first. Before anything can be done. The man don't disappear. The man don't even forget about her right now. So that's what I can say.
Said, get a third party. Get a third party, an uncle, a relative.
The Oyibo woman, if he don't buy herself, carry insurance for her head.
Oh Lord, Madam Luke, stop it.
Okay,
Adana, you also asked a question. You said if we advise people to do long distance. For me, I did long distance.
Hold on to that. That's what the next video is. So just don't.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
We are finished with this video. I'm going to share the next one. My final thought on this one is, she's been waiting for 10 years. And my dear, what have you done? How have you upgraded or improved yourself? If you want to pepper the man and you're listening to this show, please go and get yourself together. Get yourself a job, whatever. Figure out a way how to take care of yourself and your children. And to women, please, before you lay down and open your leg and have children, and you know you don't have any funds to support yourself, let alone a child, please use protection. Thank you. Next video.
Sorry. Before you go to that next video, are people really serious? Have we heard from the man actually, or it's just the woman's story we're listening to?
We're listening to the man, though. That's what we've been going by. We've not heard the woman. We're listening to the woman. We have not heard from the man. The man has gone MIA for 4 years.
Okay, so the point I'm making, and I'm not defending the man for his irresponsible behavior. So at least everybody has heard the word I use for him: irresponsible behavior. But the point is, this is practically what borrowing from Chimamanda, the what's it called, the fallacy of the one narrative. You know, you're listening from one person only, and then we become emotionally tensed because of what one person has told us. We haven't heard from the other party. We don't know what transpired. It's everything she's telling us that we're going and running with. It's very easy, you know, like Nigerians say in local parlance. No be person way first call police the win case. So you might be shocked. Tomorrow.
So what does that mean for our viewers that are listening who are not Nigerian? What do you mean by?
What do you mean that everybody here listening is a Nigerian?
I don't understand now. I don't understand.
Not necessarily.
She doesn't understand what you just said.
Who doesn't understand what I don't say? Like who?
I don't understand what you just said.
Me, I don't understand what you just said.
Okay, the two of you. All right. Okay, so no be the person will first call police the win case. simply means it's not the person who first comes on the rooftop to shout and win. This is practically a media trial on this guy.
Haba, Uncle Chin, somebody they stranded for Nigeria. You go
Auntie, look, let me finish now. No vex.
No, I said, you know, say the lady they stranded for Nigeria, Sha.
She's not stranded. What do you mean by stranded?
Haba, you didn't watch the video?
Okay, hold on. Let me understand you. When you say stranded, was she living in the UK or US?
She was abandoned from the get-go.
She wasn't abandoned. She was always in Nigeria. She was never abandoned. She was always in Nigeria. She was stupid enough to marry this idiot that was already married. She was never abandoned. She was in Niger. That was her location from the beginning to the end. You're not abandoned.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
As if they met in one resort or one 4-star or 5-star hotel, and you know how you travel from one state to the other.
Adama, hold on. Madam Luke might have her point, and I will respect it. But the point I'm making is, listen, let me repeat again. The guy right now has shown an irresponsible behavior. That cannot be waved aside. Nevertheless, we still need to hear from him and understand what exactly transpired. So right now, the woman is this is emotional blackmail, if you ask me, because we haven't heard from the other party. Yes, he is MIA, but we still need to hear from him before we conclude. But that doesn't take away the fact that he has engaged in an irresponsible behavior. I just wanted us to be cognizant of that part. What I'm learning these days is, even with our politicians, when things happen, I'm learning to step back and not just go with the general narrative out there that, oh, this person is a monster. It's when I've heard sufficiently that I can conclude the person is actually a monster.
Uncle Chin, you want that woman, you want the man to come out with, bring his head out with his white wife in the United States, Abi?
No, but we still need to hear from him either way.
They will never. You say what?
All right.
You say what? Oh, you think you woman for us? You copy your man to talk for social media? Hey, don't even try it. May hide though. May not come out.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Please, let's share the next video. Then we'll start with Uncle Pansat. Uncle Pansat, welcome to the show. So let me share the next this thing. Thank you. Even I'm confused. Look at I'm saying not the pharmacist. Why these people?
Adama, does it take eternity to share the video?
She's still struggling.
Wow. Mr. Adama need media presenter.
Truth is that an average Nigerian man in America wants a Nigerian woman, because there is nothing better than a body that understands your language, your culture, your food, and every other thing about you. But Nigerian women in America are too tough, hard to please, very demanding. The moment you walk to a Nigerian woman in America, the first thing she will ask you is, are you a citizen? What do you do for a living? What kind of car you drive? Where do you live? Like, why are you asking if he's a citizen when you yourself are a citizen? Will you die if you marry your kind to legalize your kind? You will not die, yet you will not do it. You get to the point in America is supposed to unite all of us all, but America is dividing us. Nigerian women in America have more opportunity academically than Nigerian men. Yet, hardly to see a Nigerian woman helping a Nigerian man. You get to the point now, we are losing our men on a daily basis. 70% of Nigerian men from the age of 30 and above in America are all married. But 80% of Nigerian women from the age of 40 in America are all single, divorced, or never been married. You get to the point now, calm down, slow down. We are losing ourselves in this generation. So why is it that Nigerian men in America don't marry Nigerian women?
I'm going to start with Uncle Pansat. Uncle Pansat, welcome to the show.
So those of us not living in America, we don't need to contribute to this matter.
No, you will contribute. Are you not in the diaspora?
No, now.
Yes,
the guy said, wait, I don't know
what are you saying?
The guy said, America, people in America. It doesn't
Yeah, he
concern me.
did. So I'm
If he
out.
gets it,
Yeah.
oh,
I'm
honey,
out.
babe, don't side
Yeah.
him. No, don't say that. Uncle Pansat, welcome, sir. Do you
Thank
agree
you.
with what he said? But what is your opinion on this video we just played? And I just want to say before we start anything, everything that guy said, I agree with him 100%. Uncle Pansat, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Adam and Madam Luke, the rest of the panelists, Honey Babe, Chim, John, Abba, Abi, Uncle Beno, Natu, and everybody else listening to the show. It's quite interesting. You normally don't see me in panels like this because I believe that women actually know a whole lot more about this type of human subjects than most people do, but especially the bright ones we have on this channel. Nevertheless, it's a personalized thing when you talk about relationships. It's an individual thing, emotional, true, intuitive, right? There's a lot of bias in it, irrationality, and idiosyncratic situations. So generalizing anything, even though I'm going to fall into it as I analyze the video, you just take it with a grain of salt. You have to understand that human beings are very dynamic, both men and women. When you look at that video, now I did want to make a comment about the last discussion you had, but I hold my fire on that for now. You notice that when you have first world countries, right? Generally speaking, you have low declining fertility rates with the women, right? It falls very significantly. But that's across the globe. The aging population start taking over. There are so many things that affect that. As Nigerian women, like the guy was saying, as we mature and these women, they come of their own, what generally colloquially called feminism, when women assert their rights, they come of their own, they're stronger, they make their own income, they're able to pick and choose. And until the men understand that, the best love you're going to have is that of free will, where a woman really doesn't need you, but it loves you, right? So that's what it's complaining about, that women are assertive and they have to please and all the subjective stuff that go along with it. But you have to understand, women have to understand that all men are not the same. There are qualities. You cannot tell me, everybody here knows that Madam Luke is tough cookie, very smart, generous, including others, Madam Tokwe, Dr. Adama, and others. They're strong. But one thing, and I want to bet money on this, a lot of money on it. If they meet a man that shows commitment, that has trust, has emotional maturity, effective communication, empathy, and then have shared values with them, a partner that's a marriage material, that's honest, has integrity and respect for her opinion, then you're going to fall back into the state of nature, the way it's made between a man and a woman. That love, it's agape. I mean, it's something else. Not all of us have been able to witness it, but it is magic. It's divine. So when it's being knocked, when it's being sidelined, I hope that we understand that what we're doing is that it's a relationship that involves the opposite of those things that I mentioned, right? Somebody lacks commitment, doesn't communicate very well, it's not emotionally mature, it's dishonest, has no integrity, has no respect for women or anybody else. has no empathy or care about anything, is not supportive, has no patience or tolerance or willingness to compromise, right? So that is something women fight, and that's okay. And I support them. In that case, I'm a feminist myself. But nobody should transfer that to true state of nature, whereby all those qualities are present in a man and then present in a woman to do the dance, a beautiful dance that is intoxicating. The feeling alone, just to be alive 1 minute. If you enjoy it for 1 day, for 1 minute, it's enough for your life. So we want to make sure that when you have a guy, that insecure guy that we have on that video, and he's talking about your garden variety problems that we have as human beings, because there are shortcomings, either in one of the other partners or in both. Yes, I will agree with him. However, we're not talking about that low quality. We're talking about human beings with integrity. So we must always emphasize that what we are having a problem with, it's the lack of those qualities. But when you do find one of those, it's like Madam Lucas, like I said, very beautiful woman, strong. I'm using her as an example, right? Applies to everybody. But so if I meet Madam Luke and I'm able to show her honesty and integrity.
But sir, why are you using out of the whole women here? Why is it Madam Luke you're using as a
Well, I'm just going by who I know, right? And who I like.
Uncle Pastor!
No, but seriously, now looking at all the pictures, avatars that you have here, look at look at women, look at Honey Babe, look at Madam Luke, look at Abby. So we are actually, and look at Natu down there and Adama. How do you even, when you start narrowing it down to your own partner, it has nothing to do with looks. It's true. The magic between a man and a woman must be respected in discussions like this when everything else is okay. It's only when you have low quality men or women that then we are discussing the issue in that area. So I know it's a packed house. There are those who want to speak. I just want to be able to sensitize us to what we're actually dealing with is the problem, not general, right? We want to specifically deal when there's a problem, because no matter what you hear, the love between a man and a woman, when it's in order. You notice that I haven't used the Lord's name here because Madam Lux doesn't want that. She doesn't like anybody talking about that. So I didn't come here to disrupt. I've come to support and also remind us that the positive thing to keep in mind is that there is a sacred thing there, that we're not talking about that. We're talking about when we have a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I love what you said. I just want to say, I don't know if you guys paid attention to what Uncle Pansat was saying. Uncle Pansat is now a feminist. He said he agrees with it. Hi, Uncle Pansat. We really unpacked a lot of things. I just want to say thank you, Sir Dalo. And we have someone joining us today. Unusual Business. Welcome to the show. If I'm pronouncing that right, I'm sorry. I have multiple things open. That's not an excuse, but welcome to the show. What do you have to say in regards to the topic? I don't know if you know the video we played. What is your contribution in what we're discussing?
I've been watching for a minute. I've been watching since the beginning, but I kind of watched the video, and I actually watched the other fellow. I actually watch his videos on Instagram.
Okay.
I'm trying to say this would not be rude, right? Not be rude. So please take everything.
Okay, so but before you say anything, and you said, I heard what you said. You said you're just going to say this and not be rude. Anything you're going to say, I want you to think carefully about it. If it's going to come across insultive to the women or anyone on the platform, please choose your words wisely, because we will not want to have our panelists, let alone our listeners, feel insulted. So go ahead.
Okay, so I should just lie then.
No. I'm not saying we should just lie. I'm just saying just choose your words carefully. That's all I said.
Okay. Now I live in Atlanta. Been living in Atlanta, Georgia for a certain about 16 years of my life, right? We have a decent sized Nigerian population here. Not a nice lot of nice ladies that work in the hospital, right? What I do for work is I'm a flight paramedic. So if anybody, you can Google how much a flight paramedic makes annually. I make good money, right? I have noticed some of the same similarities that the other guy said, right? I mean, I'm trying to be as not disrespectful or anything, right? But when I ran into Nigerian women, right? I'm not gonna say it's not just only Nigerian women, but since the topic is Nigerian, ranked in my current, right? But I've seen this amongst African women in general, right? I've met them. They ask me, "What do you do?" So forth and so on, and then I tell them I usually say I'm a paramedic, right? I don't tell them at the first meeting I'm a flight paramedic, right? Or they usually don't even know. I usually don't even bring it up, right? Sometimes I may meet them either.
Sorry, bro, on usual business, is it possible to up your volume a little bit?
I can take my other mic out. Hold on, give me a second.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, he got disconnected. I'm sorry about that. He got usual business. If you can hear me saying that your device is not connected, so when you come back, I'll bring you in. So with that being said, I'm going to go to Uncle KJ. Uncle KJ, what is your opinion on this video, sir? Uncle KJ.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, wait, he's back. Let me go ahead, sir. I'll let you speak because I know you need to go. Go ahead. Uncle KJ, you can respond.
Hello.
Okay, yes, go ahead. You can respond, sir. After you respond, I'll let him speak. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. How do you want me to how do you want me to respond? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, the last video we just played about women in the diaspora, specifically America. Hi. I forgot what did they say in the video, Seth?
And that's what
They say we are not marriageable.
Oh no.
They did not say that. They did not say that. They did not say that.
Okay, what did they say?
Our eye too high. We know they come down.
No, listen. I think if we are friends.
Madam, look, I knew you would be the best person to define.
But sorry, Adama, you can play that. It's not a very lengthy video. You can.
Yeah, let me replay it again, Uncle.
Yeah, replay it again because
Uncle KJ, I'm on the logo gameplay video.
This one not here, but again.
Okay, don't worry, I'll play it. Today is your birthday. Anything for you. Or when you
Thank you so much. I'm still expecting my up wine from Tim. So
sorry, your what, sir?
Up wine, my uncle.
Oh, no. We're not here back.
Oh, yeah, true.
Are you playing the video again?
Yeah, we're waiting for her.
Okay, no problem.
I thought she was having Mr. Unusual Business to come and nail us finally here.
Okay, that was like the video have gone to the farm.
Is this better? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's much better. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just give her a few seconds, then you can speak.
Adam, are you still there with us? I don't think so. You can just go ahead and speak if you still remember the topic.
Unusual business. Okay. Do you want to speak since we can't get Dr. Adama?
Oh yeah. Basically, I'm just going to just say what I've seen, right?
But 80% of Nigerian women from the age of 40 in America are all single, divorced, or never been married. You get to the point now, calm down, slow down. We are losing ourselves in this generation.
The video is starting.
So why is it that Nigerian men in America don't marry Nigerian women in America? The truth is that an average Nigerian man in America wants a Nigerian woman because there is nothing better than a body that understands your language, your culture, your food, and everything about you. But Nigerian women in America are too tough, hard to please, very demanding. The moment you walk to a Nigerian woman in America, the first thing she will ask you is, are you a citizen? What do you do for a living? What kind of car you drive? Where do you live? Like, why are you asking if he's a citizen when you yourself are a citizen? Will you die if you marry your kind to legalize your kind? You will not die, yet you will not do it. You get to the point in America supposed to unite all of us all, but America is dividing us. Nigerian women in America have more opportunity academically than Nigerian men. Yet, hardly to see a Nigerian woman helping a Nigerian man. You get to the point now, we are losing our men on daily basis. 70% of Nigerian men from the age of 30 and above in America are all married. But 80% of Nigerian women from the age of 40 in America are all single, divorced, or never been married. You get to the point now, calm down, slow down. We are losing ourselves in this generation. So why is it that Nigerian men in America don't marry Nigerian women in America? The truth is that an average Nigerian man in America wants a Nigerian.
All right. Yes, Uncle KJ, you can go next. Then after that,
Okay.
unusual business, you'll come in.
Okay.
But unusual business was speaking now. He didn't finish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if you
unusual
see,
business was speaking.
please, unusual business, go on. We're here to wait for you. We want to hear your opinion.
Now I'm gonna be honest with I'm just gonna be honest as I possibly can. Now when I
Please help
usually
us
run,
now. Why are you pushing back? Talk your mind now.
okay,
Eh?
all right. Like she was like,
Don't be
don't
afraid.
hurt
Put
nobody's
on your
feelings.
real face and talk.
Feel free, honestly, it's fine. I know where you're probably gonna go. It's fine. Do your thing.
All right,
No,
cool.
do you? Yes, say it with your full chest.
All right, cool.
No, Bobby, there's anything with your futures. This is what you guys don't know. There are rules and regulations and words you cannot use on YouTube. That
That's
if
fine.
you
I
use
understand
any
that.
of those words, this whole thing will go down. So that's
I
why
Okay,
beg.
I'm
I
saying
understand. I understand
choose
that.
your words
Dr. Adama,
carefully.
this is a flight paramedic, please. We're not dealing with an Oju Elegbat out. Please give him some credit, please.
But I just
All right,
have to tell him that. Go ahead, speak. Go ahead, speak, bro.
I understand that, right? Now I'm gonna be honest as I possibly can. It depends on usually the African lady. Like, I'm gonna say like if she was born in America, she's probably like the worst woman to deal with. And I'm not saying that to be like mean or anything, but if she comes like straight from the continent, she's used a little bit nicer than the ones that's already born here, right? I don't. Did I say something?
You guys should let him finish. Go ahead,
Let
man.
him speak. Let him speak, please.
Don't
Sorry
listen to
about
any
that.
side comment. Just stay focused and say what we don't have to like what you're saying, but we want to hear what you're saying.
Okay, like the ones that I usually meet right when I'm in the medical field is she's from the continent. Let's say she may came like she's been here like 2 years. She's totally fine. It's just the ones I don't know, like the ones that's been here since they were like 8, 5 or something. That feminism get into something very viciously. Like when I mean it's you would have thought I personally like slapped her or something. The way some of them have this level of, I'm gonna say vitriol. That's the only way I can properly. Oh, vitum. It's not vitriol. I would say vitum almost, right? And it depends. I can't say all of them were money hungry, but when I meet a lot of them, because we have a lot of the nurses here are from the continent. A lot of our nurses, I would say at least about 50% of them are from the continent, right? At least in our city. They can be extremely either sometimes good or bad, depending on if they think you got money, right? Now me, like I said, I'm a flight paramedic. The starting pay for my position is $75K. The higher into my position is almost $100K, right? I've been in my job for about 8 years now, so you can understand where my pay level is, right? So I'll drive a regular Honda. I could drive a BMW, but I don't drive a BMW. But I've noticed, depending on if they believe you have a lot of money to spend on them, they will be incredibly kind and give you a lot of deference. But if they believe you have no money or they think you making sort of the same level of money as them, they can be extremely hard to deal with. That's just from the latest that I've seen. Especially if they're from America, you're dealing with a different animal. Maybe if she's like fresh from the boat, as we say like in American tongue, like fresh from the boat, then maybe she's a little bit easier to deal with. But if she's been here for a minute, maybe like 10 years or so more, you're dealing with a different kind of woman. Just gonna say that much.
Mr. Unusual, can I ask you a quick question? Are you talking about nurses or are you talking about CNAs?
CNAs?
Yeah. Which kind of profession are you dealing with when you as a flight paramedic? Are you dealing with are you dealing with the you say majority of the nurses are from the continent? Are you sure you're talking about nurses or you're talking about CNAs?
CNA and nurses, and then it's because we have them in a variety of different positions, right? So it's not just CNAs or nurses. You have anesthesiologists also that I've run into at the same.
Anesthesiologists too, right?
Yeah. So it's not just
Why I'm asking is that with this kind of salary grade, money should not be an issue because even a CNA makes more than 100,000 a year. So I'm not exactly sure what this materialism has got to do with this.
Okay, so but okay, hold on.
Sorry, can I ask you a question?
No, hold
Unusual
on.
business.
Yes,
I just want to ask him a question. Sorry, and then I'm done.
Hold on, please, before anyone asks a question, please. Unusual business. Before I open you up for a pushback question with the women or anybody that wants to, I want to understand what you're saying. Are you saying that Nigerian women are money hungry? Is that what you're saying?
It's Nigerian though. It's like you. I would say African, but since the panel
They
is
are.
Nigerian, I'm saying Nigerian.
Okay. All right. So that's what I just want to make sure. So are you open for a pushback?
Sure.
I'm not pushing back. I wanted to ask you a question. Are you an African American?
Yes, ma'am.
No problem. I hear what you're saying. I was born and brought up in the UK. I'm a different breed of person. There's only one honey babe, by the way. But I do understand where you're coming. I do understand where you're coming from. Now, I have a brother that was moved to the US about 10 years ago. He works in Manhattan. He makes crazy money. And one of the things he said to me is that he struggles in the dating pool when it comes to Nigerian women. He's actually engaged to an African American and then getting married next year. So I have to hold my ass to America next year for his wedding. But the problem he said to me, and no one should come for me because there's no need, but I'm just going on my brother's experience. And what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of Africans, Nigerians in my circle. I have cousins and that, and I don't know whether it's a thing, but it seems to me it's very materialistic. They're all about the Gucci and everything. You know, when I speak to my friends about property, no, they rather go to Dubai, they rather go to Qatar. And you're saying, babes, get your stuff together, get your house, sort out things like that. And I find them very materialistic. Like I said to you, when I was growing up, I had a lot of Jamaican, Asian.
Okay. So, Honor Babe, have you asked your question?
Let me finish what I'm saying. And what I'm trying to say to you is that I struggle to have friendships with Nigerians simply because of the makeup and the environment that I was brought up in. And what I'm trying to understand, is it a case of what you're saying is that you believe it's an environmental thing that when they come to the UK and the unique opportunities and the fact that definitely African American women, they are excelling exceptionally in in United States, and also African women compared to African men? Is that the reason why you think there is this kind of disconnect where how much are you making, what car are you driving before I even check you? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, can you say that one more time so I make sure I heard that correctly?
Sorry, I speak very fast with my accent. So what I'm trying to say to you...
Can I say what he said to you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, this is what she said. She said, what she's trying to tell you is that, are you saying because the culture, when they come here, they make a lot of money, and before you can speak to them because in short, they like money. Let's just say it the way it is. That's in short. I said
that's not what I was saying, but go on.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They can't. If they
you
like,
don't interpret.
But what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to understand with what Unusual Business said, we've all had what he said, and as women on this platform, I want to start with Abby first before I go to Uncle KJ. Or no, let me start with you, Honey Babe, then we'll go from that circle down.
Sure, not a problem. You know, I'm very transparent. I don't
What
have a
is your
problem.
opinion on the video that was played about
Mm-hmm.
women and
Mm-hmm.
and what do you have to say? Because he just came and validated what that video was all about. So what is your opinion?
But I think it's, you know, I've always said this, and you know, especially Auntie B's and Uncle Ben, we try and say, please do not generalize. But I'm gonna be really, really honest. Coming from, out of all my cousins, I'm the only one that was born and brought up in the UK. All of my siblings, all of my cousins, were all brought up in Nigeria, and I see the disconnect I have with my cousins. They are very, very financially orientated to the extent where there's a lot of morality issues I have with my cousins, and that's family, extended family, cousins, second cousins. So I think there is definitely validation in what Unusual Business says, where there is this pursuit of money. And I understand it from the standpoint that Nigeria, there's issues financially, politically, and obviously people come here, you have, you know, migration, and they come here for a better life. But I think sometimes in the pursuit of a better life, the consumerism and the desire for financial benefits, it's, success is not all about money. Actually, you know, it's about, are you a good person? It's about your legacy. When, you know, when we all delete to, you know, whenever our time is, it's not about, oh, he was a millionaire. It's about, how did you affect your community? And that's the disconnect I find with a lot of Africans, where their success is kind of like remunerated financially, and I have a real problem with that. And I think what I'm trying to say is that I do totally agree, and it's really sad because I try not to get into the whole generalization, but there's definitely, I have an agreement. I see all the time. I have an my son's dad, yeah, he's living in a council house, but he's got a BMW. Do you understand what I'm saying? And what I'm saying to you, instead of him to focus on buying property and sorting himself out financially so that he's BMW. And I think our priorities are a bit screwed up, where we're so focused on money and not focusing on important things. And I've had friends of mine, and I've had a cousin of mine that didn't date a guy because the guy wasn't driving a car. Now, personally, I wouldn't date him myself, but this was when we was in university. And you know, in uni days, we did the bus, we did the tube. It's a UK thing, if you don't know, the bus and the tube and everything. But she was so caught up that he had to be driving a certain car. Now, this is someone that was 18 years old. When you're 18, you don't have that type of money to buy a car. And even to this day, she's on her second divorce. And most of it is because the guy that she married didn't live up to the expectations of the finances that she was seeking. So I definitely agree, sadly, with a lot of what Unusual Business says, because I see it all the time. Unusual Business, I see it all the time, definitely in my family and in a lot of the Nigerian community. Sorry, I yield. I'm done.
Thank you so much for that. Oh God, thank you so much for that. Uncle KJ, what is your opinion on the video that played? And do you agree with what Unusual Business said? So no, Uncle KJ, before I come to you, I'm sorry. Don't speak, sir. Because and she my special guest. Abby.
Yes, sis.
You say, what kind of mother am I that I can't even take care of her own? I'm so disappointed of myself. It's
No,
worth
it's
it.
fine. I'm happy to wait. It's Sunday
Okay.
tomorrow
Yes.
anyway, so it's
You know, one
fine.
thing I love about you, you're very understanding. Go ahead, my darling. Or you're next. What is your
I'm
opinion?
not going to lie. I'm not sure. I'm kind of lost on the conversation because I thought we were meant to be talking about the video, which was more from a dating standpoint, right?
Thank you, my
And
sister.
which was meant to be more from a dating standpoint. So I'm a bit lost. I'm gonna take you back home. And what I'm going to,
Hold on,
okay.
honey, babe. We're talking about the video. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm just a bit lost. Usual Business, and okay, cool. Okay, so I'm going to say that I am 28. I live in the UK, born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. So I've lived half and half pretty much, right? And it's very important for me to say that this conversation is giving me PTSD when it comes to meeting and dating only successful men. And I say this to say that I am someone who's ahead of my peers. And that's why most of the time it seems like I'm very happy to rub minds with older people, because, that's just the sort of people that I resonate with generally. But I particularly I'm very, very particular about how much a man earns. Not because I need the money, but because I want to continue the lifestyle that I live by myself where I'm at right now. So I don't compromise on it. I'm not trying to be understanding on any man's what's it called, finances. I'm happy to support, I'm happy to be a voice of reasoning where progressing in careers is concerned. But I'm someone who's very grounded. Every couple months, if you know me, I'm reading for something, I'm trying to study something. I take pride in knowing a lot about, a little about a lot of things. And that's the sort of man that I want as well. And that includes finance. And I don't want anyone to be shamed for their choices where success is concerned. If that's what people feel they need to do, that's what people feel they need to do. What I have a problem with, where women in particular are concerned, is asking for so much when you can give nothing. Asking for so much when you don't even have the emotional, intellectual capacity to be on that level with the person. That is where I have a problem. But I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting something like that where relationships are concerned, because I'm saying personally, I will not settle for a certain salary or certain threshold where a man is concerned. So that's what I want to say.
So let me I have a pushback for you. When you said you will not settle, this kind of thing that they like. When you say you will not settle for a certain salary,
Yeah.
what do you mean by that? Do you have
I
a
don't
ball
believe
to
in
go?
being
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in being Bob the Builder. I believe in a man earning as much as I earn or way more. Mind you, if I'm dating my age mate, chances are he might struggle. That is just the situation of things right now based off of my trajectory, unfortunately for most men. So obviously behind the scenes, some of us are behind the scenes, and you guys see that Cece keeps telling me you need to date older. There's a reason she's saying that. Besides my reasoning is also the finances as well. And I'm saying that personally, that is my own standards. And if that is a woman's standard, so be it. There are men that are here that are happy um to bankroll a woman and all of that's good for them. But what I'm here saying is that whatever usual business was saying, fair enough. But I think there's a lot of Nigerian women that are also very hardworking and do not want to be Bob the Builder. That's all I'm saying. They want to be on par with you. And quite frankly, as someone who's also a Christian woman, you're the head. So preferably, you also actually earn a bit more. That's all I'm saying.
And I say I don't agree with you on that. And this is why.
Can't hear you, Dr. Dama.
Did she go?
Yes, can you guys?
I can
Yeah,
hear you
yeah,
now.
we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay. And the pushback I have with Abby, and this is what I wanted to say. Okay. If he's in a relationship, yes, I would.
Sorry, Adam. Sorry, I'm going to cut you short. Don't be offended, please. I don't think you need to share your views. You can
Okay.
summarize that. Let other people, because you're going to now dilute infiltrate people's mind.
Yes, producer. Yes, daddy. I've
Yeah.
heard
So,
you. Yes,
no, which
producer.
daddy? Who's your daddy?
I said, producer, I've had you now. You always talk to me. You talk to me like I'm one of your like hey, Jesus Christ. Hold on one day you walk on. Yeah, Adam, when you come now, you start diluting the Uncle Keji, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. I like the last speaker. I like her very well. The mere fact that you are young, young at heart, young and ambitious, gives me a lot of joy in my spirit. Why do I say that? Because once you are in that mode, it's very, very, you have nothing to stop you. So I encourage you to keep at that. I can say that more because I'm older than you, almost with double your age. So I've seen a lot of the world. People like you are goal getters. Please don't pitch for less. But having said that, I also want you to watch out. sometimes the thing about salary that it may not be consistent. You may be earning very high today, and all of a sudden the job is gone. Especially if the person is not an entrepreneur. Even if when you're an entrepreneur, sometimes business is bad and sometimes it's good. But I like your disposition, because that disposition is a winning disposition. And that is what, if almost all of us have, we will always be winners, whether we are in a relationship or out of it, because we always have something to bring to the table. The problem is, and I'm going to speak specifically of what I've seen so far in America. America is a money-driven society. Everybody's after the greenback. So sometimes it's difficult not to look at those questions. And then coming to our own people, and just like, unusual business I've said, sometimes our people come with that in mind. And I speak specifically about my own section of Nigeria. The women in my community or in my cultural setting are referred to as Oriako. Oriako. Those choppers of wealth. So there must be wealth for you to come to chop before you can come. But these days, in the olden days, it was easy to make wealth. But these days, they are all drying up. And so you have to be a little bit more creative, a little bit more pushful, a little more, than you would have ordinarily done in the 70s and in the 60s to get money. Most of the money we make right now these days don't even have the value that used to have before. So when women from our own side come to the US, they come with that intention that you should have some form of success before coming to ask them. And when they have, the pertinent question to ask is, are you with the money that we can all, because money is the lubricant upon which love runs. It's like the live wire. You can't take me to Mrs. Biggs or Mr. Biggs and not be able to foot the bill. That's how we used to see life until we came to this side where you say, hey, okay, how much do you have? Oh, it's $50. Let me have your $25. I've never seen it before. But you see, again, looking at the peculiar nature of the society here, everything seems to have been calculated to the barest minimum. In other words, anyhow you like, make you try, you must spend this amount of money on a meal or in a month on food. This is the money you must spend on rent in a month. This is the money you must spend in insurance in a month, on bills, be it telephone bills, be it electricity bill and all the rest. So those things, kind of gives you an idea. Yes, it may be good, but for us, it seems to push you to a point where sometimes you're absolutely struggling to hold your head above water. Now, imagine now after that, you as a medical doctor or as a specialist in the nursing profession or a special aeronautic engineer, you can't now come and look for somebody who is hanging at a town hall. And the thing that you said about town, I've seen it many times. I drive to town halls to do one or two business, and I see a Range Rover, some of them the latest ones parked outside. And I look at the car, and I look at the place where these people are struggling to put these cars. And I said to myself, God, I don't understand the kind of mind these people have. Well, see, that's the mentality we also, as especially our race, we need to break that mindset. We don't need to be, the car we drive. And I tell you something, I work in a car shop, I work in a dealership, where they sell automobile of all the kinds that you can think about, Those people who even own where we work don't drive those cars. One day I asked my boss, why are you not driving the Porsche, man? You just, he just laughed. He said, man, I want to put in his word. I've not come to work for America. I've come to do my business. And so if you come and buy the car and go and drive. And then what did he tell me? The latest of the BMW has 5 cameras I'm sorry, I'm just digressing a bit. Has 5 cameras at the bumper. And if peradventure those 5 cameras, anything gets to do to your bumper, you're going to first drop $1,500 to buy a new bumper before not even talking about now putting it back in there. So he said, why do you want me to spend that kind of money? You know, so what does he do? He simply drives his Camry in and out, you know. That is the idea we need to have also as black people. When I say black, I don't mean any harm to anybody who is not black or who feels, you know, who doesn't feel that language is appropriate. That's the kind of weight we the Igbos, one of the things our parents teach us when we are growing is that you can't be making $10 and spending $50. You can't be making $10 and be spending $15. If you are making $10, you must spend $5 max to be sure that you have a tomorrow. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to reduce it to where we are now. So when you are dating a guy, and just like IB said, and the guy don't seem to be looking at where you are looking. The Bible puts it this way: don't be on equal yoke with an unbeliever. Not only people who do not believe in God, but people who don't even think at the same level as you are thinking. It's also being on equal yoke. If they can't see what you are seeing, they can't think at the level you are thinking, then there's a big gap. And that big gap will continue to widen as the day go by. So have a very nice discussion with the Bobo so that all the Kwahen Igbo na sorry, don't let me go into Igbo. That's what the Igbos call Bobo Nkiti. So that came up that the guy is not Bobo Nkiti. He's not just an ordinary Bobo. You know, he's a tall guy, he's dark, tall, and handsome, and drives a BMW. That's not all what life is all about. That's what Marlboro told us when we were growing up in the 80s. That, you know, for you to be a man, you have to be tall, dark, and handsome, and you drive a BMW and you smoke Marlboro. Those things are gone. They're gone with the wind, you know. These days, those who are being looked at are those who can take care of family, be able to reason at a particular level, and help you, whether the man or the woman, to be able to see your vision clearly and push for it. You know, you head for the sky. And that is why I say, yes, for us, we need a little more big push for ourselves as men and also for our own people coming from our side to see beyond just the greenback. But whether you like it or not, these things I'm talking about will work more in Nigeria, but you may not work here. If you think you're going to earn a salary that will be enough for just one individual to live the kind of life you want and all that, it may be difficult. So you may need an assistant. But like Abby said, you need somebody who you are just going to assist. He is doing his part, you are doing your part. Nobody's relaxing on their house. And that way, you all can have a good relationship. If it ends in marriage, so thank God. If it doesn't, you say goodbye to one another and go in peace. Thank you so much.
Dr. Adama, please, I have something to say. Just be a minute. I won't be long. Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I think it's important that we recognize that people have come to a conclusion because of their experiences as well. I think it's also important that I mention that I'm all about mentality as well, because I believe mentality is currency. I've been in situations where I've been with a guy who just wasn't a go-getter. My thing is, you don't have to be able to buy us a big house this year, but I want to be able to know that you are well equipped to, like, you have it in you to want to push, because that's the sort of person I am. I have two businesses as well, one in production that is not even my favorite thing, but I realize that that's where the money is. So it's not even about today. It's about being with a man that actually has a vision. And I find that a lot of men that are around my age don't have that vision, especially a lot of men that are born and raised in Britain, in England. It's almost like they're okay with their 9 to 5s, but I know that a 9 to 5 is not enough in 2025. I know that a 9 to 5 is not enough to give my children the life that I want. I know the life that I had or I have because of how hard my parents have worked, and that's just what I want. So for me, it's not even just about the salary. It's sometimes about the mindset. Some people are not willing to push. Some people are not willing to sit with you and say, okay, what do you have in mind? Is there anything? I remember the last guy that I dated last year, the question was, oh, you're really good at marketing and stuff. I have this idea about, putting influencers together and, having this whole marketing thing. They were just like, nah, he's comfortable. So I find a lot of people that are comfortable. And like I said, mentality is also currency. So no, I don't necessarily want a millionaire today, but I want someone who thinks in that way, where I want a better life for myself and for my family. So I think it's also important to point that out. This is not about materialism. It is more about a mindset of wanting to be good, you know, exploring your options and just not being comfortable with a 9 to 5 that most likely will not go that far. So it's important to say that. Thank you.
So Abby, can I ask
Sorry,
you?
can I? Oh, I'll let you go. Sorry, go on.
God,
All
sorry,
right.
where is the person running the show?
Say it again.
She's right here. When Adama is not here, I will do the running.
Also, lastly, Madam Luke, it's also
She
important to say that
she
I do
left to
not
tell us that.
ask. It's also important to say that I do not ask for what I cannot give. All I want is a man that's on par. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question though? I think it's Abby. Right.
Yes, you can ask her a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So what do you do for your profession?
I work in energy economics.
In
Oh,
energy economics?
how
Yes.
formal.
Okay. All right. Cool. Because like a few seconds ago, you just said marketing. So okay. All right. So
No, I was talking about a guy. I work in oil and gas currently. I work in energy economics, and I have a production company for palm oil, and I also have a styling company that I started recently.
okay. That's very nice. You did apparently did well for yourself. So how did you get to that level?
Sorry, unusual business. If I
Yes.
may, can we leave those?
Okay. All
No,
right.
it's okay. It's entertaining.
No, Madam Luke is going to take away
No,
from the
no,
topic.
no,
All right.
no, it's not.
okay.
It is
All
going
right.
to take
No,
away from the topic. People haven't
Okay.
spoken.
Okay. Left to me, I just
no,
first was an honest question to ask.
No,
I'm not saying
it's
no, no,
I'm
no.
not saying it's not an honest question. What I'm
Okay.
saying is this is a question that will take away from the time where people will be contributing. We don't want to go too personal.
I'm
Okay.
not.
Yeah, can I say something also?
Yeah.
I think unusual business that's that area going is not necessary. What I think that we should be looking at is, and I agree with what she has said. Look, let me say this: it is very difficult for a 28 years old Nigerian man who lives in Nigeria, who probably live in Britain also, to be at the level where you are at. But I also understand what she's saying. What she's saying, simply saying, is that you need to show some sparks. The person needs to show some spark that you
Correct.
have something, you have, that you are heading for. Not necessarily that you have to be at the level she is right now. Because I say that much because I know that in the country where she's coming, where in Nigeria, where I lived for the past 40 years, I know that it's difficult for you to get into. The only people who get into that, okay, let's not go there. That'd be diverting. But for you to be in Nigeria and not be in a kind of family where she is and get there is difficult. And I know and so using that as yardstick, she's simply saying, and I think I can hear her. I don't know if I'm the only one who is hearing what she's saying. You don't have to be at that level, but you have to show that in that is your head, it has something
Okay.
inside.
I can understand it. I can understand. Okay, I can
All right,
understand that.
guys,
But okay.
guys, sorry, guys.
That's what she's saying.
Okay,
I'm getting lost.
I can
I'm
definitely
getting lost in
understand.
this conversation.
I can
Okay.
definitely understand that. But
Sorry,
okay.
I just want to ask a question. It's like you're cutting people off. I mean, the whole point of this program, tell me if I'm new to this, is that everybody can be very free to speak. If the
Yeah,
person doesn't want to, let me finish,
yeah.
please. Let me finish, please. If Abby decides that she doesn't want to answer the question,
Exactly.
she can say, I don't want to answer the question. I'm really I'm just a bit
Sorry, hold on.
surprised that
No,
the
no, no,
way
no,
that you're tackling this program, I'm just
no,
putting my
no, no, no,
opinion.
honey
I
babe.
think this
Me,
Everybody hold
Natu,
on.
Sister Natu, you know me now, I will talk.
Hold
I
on,
got
No, I
please.
I
know,
will
but
talk
we don't
now.
want to
Please,
shift the
hold on.
goalpost.
for this.
Wait,
We are shifting the
please.
goalpost. That's what Uncle KG is saying. Don't shift the
Not
goalpost.
actually. I mean, if you would have just let me finish, I promise
Okay,
you would have
Can you
got the
guys
answer
please
real quick.
hold on?
let's calm down. Let's calm down.
Please.
I was
Please,
asking that
hold
question.
on.
I
Everybody
was
should.
asking that question for a specific reason. Like
Okay,
I
no,
was
you
saying.
need to hold on. Unusual. Listen, hold on. Chim was the one that he came. I've been on the phone. So please, when he speaks and says listen, it's far of force. Madam Luke takes over. Uncle KJ, Chim, and I. These are people that can tell everyone when to speak or no, let this person not to speak because these are the team. So I just want to say to you guys, and I'm saying this again, when someone is making their point, allow them to finish what they're saying, not interject while they're speaking. Allow them to land. So with that being said, who is supposed to talk next?
Please, let me say something. Excuse
Okay,
me.
hold
Let
on.
me say
No,
something.
our usual business, you've spoken, so you wait till your next turn. Go
Let
ahead.
me say something.
I didn't finish the answer to the question, but okay.
Exactly. This is what the problem is. This is supposed to be an interactive session. We're all adults. And yes, I know sometimes it may take up from the next person speaking. But Mr. Unusual had a reason for why he was asking the question he was asking. And I also wanted to know. Because you don't have many 28-year-old ladies who aspire to this level. What is the catch so that other people can learn? Simple. Thank you. Are you?
What I was trying to basically get to is right, like for a woman to be at that level at your
Thank
age,
you.
that's a rare achievement. That's a very rare achievement, right? So that either means you are an incredibly smart woman, or you was built on a foundation that's either your parents set up for you, right? Because money doesn't come in a vacuum, right? It's built by either time, effort, either by yourself or by your parents, right, or your family, right? So I was going to say actually was necessarily all right. Did your parents help build you necessarily to get to that financial level, or did you build it on your own? And I understand this. So she was said or something around the lines of what she said. Now I almost forgot because all the other questions got thrown in. What was it? Give me a second. She said the person that she wasn't dating at that point in time. I guess he wasn't up to her financial status, right? I can understand that concept, right? But she said she did not want to date a man who had a 9 to 5, right? That's totally fine, right? Totally fine. Me, I work my 9 to 5. Like I said, I make upwards to about $100K because that's I've been working my job for about 8 years though, so it didn't come easy, long time, right? You got to go almost 4 years, almost 2.5, 3 years of just working being a paramedic. So it took me a minute to get there. What I was trying to say was this, right? Maybe necessarily you should date necessarily guys who like you feel that's in your financial bracket necessarily, right? Then maybe you're trying to push a man necessarily to be what you want. Like if a man is already set in his ways, like if you're a man and you say, okay, cool, I'm happy with my 75K, right? You probably shouldn't be dating that guy, right? You should only date guys necessarily who say I make 100K or more, right?
And that is what she said.
Okay, all right, thank you. Unusual business. This is what I want to remind every panelist that is going to speak, including any pushback you have. Please stick to what we are talking about, which is the video. We are sticking to the video that we just watched, where the guy said, Nigerian women in the diaspora. He's not talking about how much you guys are earning. That's not what we are talking about.
But so the guy in the diaspora, the guy in the video said they want to know how much you make. It was part of the questions.
No, he said that the women want to know how much the guy make because they earn more than the guys.
Is that not what we're discussing here?
Isn't that relevant to what you
and the man she dated made less? It's all tied up together.
Yeah, it's relevant to what he said.
Okay, can some of us who haven't spoken also
speak? You're not taking out. He said we have how many percentage of women who are these bigger earners, but they are single.
Are they complaining? Huh? Are they complaining?
No, that is what I want us to focus on, which is the women.
Okay,
why is it that everything that has to do with accomplished women or wherever they find themselves in life, they want someone who is just as accomplished as them? That's why.
Can I answer that question? Sorry, sis. Give me.
Can other people talk? For
no, can I just? Well, the only thing I
haven't spoken on this. What are we talking about?
Wait.
Okay. I just want to push back on what Dr. Dan. I thought we could do that. That's why I said that.
What do you want to push back on?
Dr. Dana, calm down, man. Calm down. What I'm saying is, what I was saying is that in terms of like the video, there is a lot of men that we've said this on Anti-B shows and many shows. Both of you have to bring something to the table. I know some of you don't know her show, but I'm just relating to what I've said before. You always have to bring something to the table. I definitely agree with what Abby said. If she's an exceptional woman, not the average 28-year-old is not to her level. And what I think for me, it makes sense that if you are a go-getter, then obviously you should align yourself to another go-getter. Now I'm bringing it back to the relevance of my experience. I had a boyfriend. I bought my first house when I was 23. Yeah, no deposit from my parents, nothing. I hustled straight after uni. That's me. And like I said to you, I had a boyfriend that was still on the bus. I dated him. It was a mistake because I was on a different level to him. He was still saying that. He was still saying to me that he's living in his parents' house. I'm not coming to your parents' house when I have my own house. And it was 100% mortgage. You could do it back in the day. Obviously, things have changed. But what I'm trying to say to you is that in terms of the dynamics and the challenges that both sexes have, you have the men on the other side that are saying that the women are too accomplished, are too fussy and that. And I can respect what Abby's saying, and I can respect if you're doing very well, why should you compromise or do this struggle love that people say? Like I said, I have a ex-husband and where he's not as accomplished as me. And that was part of the reason why we broke up. I was saying, let's do this. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? But what I'm realizing, according to the video, is that I'm not going to force a man to do what he doesn't want to do. If he wants to level up, then that is his decision and that is his choice. And I think that's where the problem is. And I think it's not just specific to men. I think you have a disconnect where you have a relationship where one party is wants to procrastinate, happy to do 9 to 5, happy to be struggling. And then you have another partner that wants to aspire. And that's where the problem is. And I think based on what Abby said, and I do agree with her, you need to have the same qualities and the same, this is what I want. If you're on the same page, a lot of these issues where you have relationships where one gender is doing better wouldn't happen. When you need to be friends. Okay, this guy, he's not to my level. Let me not waste my time speaking to him. So try and align yourself where you're compatible financially. I know that's not really a nice thing to say because there should be other things that you should be compatible about. But I think financially you really need to think about. And in terms of 9 to 5, you remember COVID, yeah? A lot of these IT business analysts, I have loads of my friends, yeah, that were made redundant, struggled all over COVID. Okay, it was the plumbers, it was the kinoko, it was the fencers, it was the gardeners that were making crazy money. So I think we need to be very aware that this 9 to 5 job that everyone is holding on to, anything can happen tomorrow. That job can go. So I think I very much like my Abby in the sense that you have to have multiple streams of income. You can't just focus on the 9 to 5 because yes, you can meet that gentleman that has 100K money, but you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and you need to have that incentive to know that you have multiple streams of income because you don't know what's going to happen.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Madam Luke, you've spoken, right? Or you've not?
I have not spoken, no.
Please speak. It's your turn to speak now. Go
Madam
ahead.
Luke is a moderator. She should be last.
No, when everybody don't go sleep. Lie.
No, let's have it. No, Madam Luke, go ahead. You can speak.
And you see that the video? In my horizon, my socio-economic horizon, I don't know what that man is talking about. Is he saying that the people in diaspora are having a hard time marrying Nigerian women because of their demanding nature, or the fact that they are not able to assist an oncoming partner? I don't understand. Okay, let me put this. In my whole life here, I don't know who is not married to a Nigerian. All my family members are married to Nigerians, so I don't know what the hell he's talking about. So that is not my reality, and I cannot speak to it. Now, what I can speak to is the fact that a Nigerian woman will not settle for less than she's worth. Because those of us who have tried it know how we got burnt. And I will not advise anybody to lower their standards to fit anybody. I will not. I have an example of a lady. I think she was in her 30s or 40s. And she swore in her life that she would never marry anybody lower than her status. So you know what she did? She started flying only first class. And that was where she met her husband. Now, this is a nurse. She met a doctor who was just recently divorced, was looking for a wife, and they are married today. So what does that tell you? If you're a first classer, only fly first class. If you're a business classer, only fly business class and above. Honey, if you're economy, I beg, find your economy, baby. Men are just struggling themselves there. Don't overreach your border. And on a final note, I don't know where they're getting this one that Nigerians don't want to marry Nigerians. Now, 80% of the women who are 50 and above. Do you know that marriage does not benefit any woman after 50? You are already made. Your social security is already built. What are you getting married for? To born or what? So tell them, those people that are not married over 40 and 50, they're not complaining. They have deliberately accepted their fate. He's the one coming up there to cry. If you want to marry outside your race and you find peace, by all means do that. Why are you limiting people into what they can do? If people like me say, listen, I'm not marrying less than this, it's my prerogative. If I decide to be single after 80, that's not your business. I didn't come to cry to you. I'm not hurting. So why are you crying more than the bereaved? So you can tell that the man was in more pain than the people he was quarreling about. This is the case of drinking Panadol for somebody else's headache. So please, everybody do you. Don't lower your standards for anybody. If they keep crying to the wolf, let them crying to the wall, let them keep crying. It's not your business. Just close your ears and do your own thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke. I'm going to come to you, Chim. What is your opinion on the video we watched? Thank you.
Okay, so before I go to the video, congratulations to Abby. You've done exceptionally well. It's not a very, you're probably an outlier. But that said, it's not about you. We didn't come to dissect how you got to where you're going. Anybody can still ask you that question and you want to share the information, you share it. What I'm trying to avoid is veering off the core of what we're discussing. I don't have a problem with whatever you've accomplished. Your views are well noted and they're personal to you. As for the video, I don't necessarily agree with everything the guy said, but I want to remind us, because you see, the thing is, sometimes we choose and pick and not try to be very objective about our views about life. It used to be that the man is the one who he will marry anything and he will take care of that anything. And I'm not using that word anything to denigrate anybody. It's okay for the man to go marry a secondary school girl, train her, bring her up, and society accepted it. And like Abby rightly said, which, that is the only side of what she said that I now suddenly disagree with. She says she's kind of conservative. She believes the guy is the head of the home. Beautiful. And being the head of the home, technically, even though she hasn't said that, she's also of the view that he probably should bring more to the table. Now, so what is now wrong if you also see a guy who is not necessarily, I'm not saying you should settle, don't get me wrong, hold on to your objectives, hold on to your parameters. If you think somebody who is not exactly right now showing signs of being, having dreams, he's just what in local parlance we call NFA, no future ambition. If you think that, it's perfectly okay to say, well, I don't want to stay with an NFA. I want to go for the person who is aiming for even beyond the moon. Beautiful. Go ahead. Not a problem. But you know what? I'm also of the view that nothing in this life is permanent. That person who is NFA right now might just be that rejection that he needs, which is good. You've rejected him. And then if he's, thinking, he might just fall back, and that might be the drive that will pull him out of his uninspiring position where he is right now. My thought about what that guy was saying is very simple. He's simply saying that when people are dating and, considering each other for perhaps future marriage and being partners, that when you meet someone, the first thing you should be looking at is not necessarily his paycheck. The first question is not sizing him up in terms of the vehicle he drove to that first date. Because for all you care, there are lots of Nigerians here who are very good at bi-weekly going to get a vehicle somewhere and pay $150 every month. I live in Canada, so when I say $150 is 150 Canadian. They'll pay that, they drive it for that week, and when they get their neck, they don't own that vehicle. There might be some smart move in it, I don't know. I personally believe that I just go buy a vehicle that I like, that takes me from point A to point B right now, until at the time when I feel I can go into a dealership and buy the Range Rover with 10 backlights, as KJ said. So my point is, he's simply saying, I understand where he's coming from, that why is it that when the average Nigerian woman in diaspora hears or sees her fellow Nigerian man in diaspora, and the first thing she's simply doing is to size him up in terms of his income and everything. You don't even know his character. And I'm not saying after knowing his character, that should be enough for you and not consider his dreams and aspirations. You know, is he improving himself? Is he writing exams every day like you write? You know, is he writing relevant or irrelevant? I don't know. I'm not saying that. What I'm simply saying is, he looks at this guy, and the first thing you're looking at is dollar signs on him. You're looking at his money, his clothing, and everything. You don't know his content. You don't know his character. You haven't taken time to know him, but you're already evaluating him based on what Unusual Business said. You're asking to know how much he earns. You might just be missing it at that point. That's my understanding. And they are doing this to an extent where they now begin to ask your status in terms of if you're a citizen or if you're just looking for your so-called bali and all that. That's what I thought this video was all about. Not just, and I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying we shouldn't now fall back subsequently and now say, okay, how much is he earning? Is he dreaming? No. But primarily the focus was, you are not even trying to know this person. You're just evaluating his dollar worth. I personally believe you might just miss it. Now, there's someone I know back home from Nigeria. He's a celebrity today. He's not an actor, but he's a known motivational speaker. When he was burdened, he didn't look like it. His wife of today was way, way ahead of him already. But she could see the potential in him. And she took the proverbial gamble, and it paid off. I think the advice we need to give ourselves and those who are listening to us is that it is good to have your standards. And like I said, if your standard is the moon, please don't come down to the seashore. Don't stay in that moon where your standard is. If you're able to find your fellow moonwalker, by all means, marry the person. Don't stay in the moon. You love the moon, and then you suddenly feel you can come down to the shores of the sea. If that's the way you feel, beautiful. I hope it works out for you. But I am of the view, because I see that the standard men, and I'm not a chauvinist, I'm sorry to say that, and I'm not here to come and compare, but I need to be honest with us. I see that in this our times, it's suddenly now, because somebody said this somewhere a while ago, that why is it suddenly now that the man's money is our money? But when the woman starts making her own money, it is her money. It's no longer their money. Where did we get this mindset from? It's okay to say the man gets married, he's the head of the family, he must take care of the woman, sometimes fund the woman's education, fund her family, do all of that. But suddenly when the woman is in the position to be able to do that, it becomes a big deal. I see this happening, and that's what this guy was trying to address. If we were listening carefully to him, that's what he's addressing. It has always been that the man, he's the man, after all, he's the man. He will pick a woman, whether he picks the one of his standard or he picks the one who's below him. I mean, as an Igbo man, of course, we all know this. This is not, so let me speak from my ethnic group. The man will go marry a wife, fund her. I have seen traders in Onitsha funding a PhD wife. But it is okay. But suddenly, the PhD wife doesn't want to fund the trader husband. Why do we have that kind of mindset? That just is a food for thought for us to think about, because I see that we live in a society right now that, okay, the woman don't want to, oh no, I'm a woman now, I've made my money, I don't want to see this, why should I join this low life? And like I said, I'm not saying if you are hitting the moon, find your fellow moon walker and walk with them. I'm perfectly okay with it. But we need to consider it. Am I making a point? That's the truth. So that's the point I want to make right now, and just leave it at that. I think it's something for us to think through.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to go to Sister Natu, your next. Could you please unmute? Uncle KJ, are you there?
Okay,
Uncle KJ.
so hi everyone.
Who is in the
Um,
disco? Who is at a disco?
this is that.
That's
Okay,
Misty.
so I'm going to come behind what Chin said, and this is what I understand. I think I watched a YouTube video of Daria of Nigeria Ife when she interviewed Shafi Bello. Like I watched the whole interview, and the next day, Punch newspaper just picked up a line from the interview and said,
Natu, can you wait? Who can I take backstage? Oh, hold on. No, never mind. Never mind. Go ahead.
"All right." So Punch newspaper took the interview, one line from the interview, and said Shafi Bello said that she dates younger men for fun, and that was never in the interview. She didn't say that. So I think that just because of the statement that Abby made, some people were trying to like in the comment section, especially generalize or picked on her based on that thing that she said. Abby is someone that I've known. We've had conversation on the side. I want to believe that if we give Abby the space to be able to talk about other things and other aspects that she wants to see in a man aside that, you're going to hear more of that and then you understand where she's coming from. And I was having this conversation earlier today with someone, and like somebody's music is interfering. Who is playing music? Adama, is that you?
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's me.
All right. So I was having this conversation with someone today, and we're talking about how it's important you have and you marry someone that have, and when you put it together, like your husband having money is sweet. Okay, no, it wasn't somebody. It was even with Abby. We're talking in another WhatsApp group. It's sweet if your husband has money, but it's sweeter when you bring your money and share with your husband. What Abby is saying is that I've built myself to a certain level. I don't want to be a breadwinner. I want to enjoy life. I want to live the life of luxury that I want. But if I marry a man that is striving towards where I'm going, I believe we can do better. So you people are coming and saying, oh, so you don't want to build with a man. That's not a problem. If I want to build with a man, I'll bring materials, you bring material, we join together and build. It's not the one that once they start digging foundation, uncle will go MIA until we have reached linter or cover the house, and then he'll come and be giving story. That's not what we're saying. But a lot of women, and I said in the comment section earlier, I said, dear men, we don't want to be our mothers and we don't aspire to be like your mothers. And I'll say this to every woman in this comment section: if you're not married, if you hear any man say that I'm looking for a woman like my mom, run away. Because if you go and dig deeper, there's more to a man wanting a woman like his mom. Is that his mom is the woman that suffered with his father, taking responsibility where his dad doesn't want to do it. But that's not what we're talking about. Because guess what? We're trying to change the mentality that our men have now. See, there's a way you talk to a woman that she'll give you her paycheck. All the people talking here and saying that, oh, I want a man that's doing well for himself, doesn't mean that she's not going to bring her paycheck. If I find a man that is doing well and he says, this is what the plan that we have, and we need so and so amount, this is what I'm having. I'm working to, and you know where he's going toward. He's not the one that will leave you abroad and go to Nigeria and go and pregnant one girl and come back. And then while you guys are striving, he'll be leaving you to be footing the bills and be sending money at home because he's feeding another child and that side chick that he has kept. That's not what we're talking about. And that's why men are not liking what Abby is saying, because the young girls of nowadays, their eyes are open. They are doing well for themselves. Girls are no longer getting pregnant at 17. They're like, you know what? I want to have kids, but I don't want my kids to struggle. And that's what Madam Luke said. Go and enter first class and meet first class people. There's only Nigerian film that people used to go to the village and one rich billionaire will go and marry to one village girl. It's only Nigerian film. They don't do that in real life. So you don't expect somebody the same way Abby said earlier. She's like, women will go and be looking for men that you're looking for something that you can give. Okay, oh, I want a man that will do this for me, but you're not bringing anything else to the table. You're not adding any value. And when we say bringing to the, what value are you adding? So a lot of people are not adding value. If I know the value I possess, right? I want to have somebody that has it, that will multiply that. I don't want to. And when you're dating somebody, say, "Oh, I'm okay with my 9 to 5." If that's not the kind of person you are, you know it's not going to work for you, because you want to be with a man that believes in having multiple streams of income. When COVID came, COVID was the pure definition of breeze blow power in yash open. That was what happened during COVID. That was exactly what happened during COVID. So if you are part of the people that you have to leave your house before you can eat, COVID told you that you have to derive other means. And that's what she's saying. Oh, you know what? I do marketing 9 to 5. I want to do something on the side that I know that can bring other source of income for me that I can do. That's what a woman wants you to stimulate her intellectually. Like make love to a woman without touching her. That's what we're talking about. But because a lot of people are so myopic in their thinking, a lot of people are so narrow, they feel like, oh, because she said, I want to be with a man that's at par. The way we mean as par, intellectually as par, the way we think, where we're going, the drive is at par. So even if we don't see it now, we know it is coming. You're not the one that sit and think that, you know what, I want to get a job in, let me go to Nigeria. I want to get a job. If I get a job in NNPC or NNNG, that's it. I know I'm done. It has to be more than that. And so just because somebody says that does not mean that's the only thing that they need. If I say I need a house, that is not the only thing that I want. Probably this is the location I want my house. This is the reason why I want my house in this way. This is how I want my house to feel like when I get home. This is how I want to decorate my house. So there's much more to it. So let's not take one line from what somebody has said and assume that this is just the only thing that the person wants. No. If you're speaking to Abby on the side on a one-to-one level, you will know like the way she reasons, the way she thinks, the way she does her things. You understand? And just on a side note, if you're in the comment section coming for Abby, watch yourself. We are plenty. We're gonna come for you. All right? And I hope everybody's having a good Saturday. So I yield.
Okay, can I say something? Because I just want to say a few things and then just kind of leave after that, if that's possible.
Yes, go ahead. Say what you have to say. Then I'll let since you said you just want to say a few things that you want to
Okay.
leave. Go ahead.
Well, I can only speak for the medical field, right? So I'm gonna say that, right? Um, Usually what I see is a pattern, right? So I'm just gonna say it like that, right? I see a pattern. If anybody understands, you can Google it right now. How much does it cost to become a nurse? Because I think somebody else up here said earlier when I first began that if you're a nurse, you make money. That is true. If you're a nurse, you do make money. But the thing is, I don't know. Most people know to be a nurse requires you to go into about $100,000 worth of debt. If you unless you got somebody to pay for that debt, or you take out a loan. Everybody know what you do when you get a loan. That means you also got to pay that back plus interest.
Just point of correction. It depends on the school. It costs more than $100,000 to get a first degree, a BSN on the nursing. So continue.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I'm guessing you're going for the top if you actually going right. So but I'm not gonna go there, right? But I missed my point. So basically, what I do notice is that once you take out that loan, so a lot of women necessarily may quote unquote be making money, but what they don't say is I am almost $150,000 worth of debt. I have a house, but I'm also $300,000 worth in debt, and I have a car, and my car is probably usually anywhere from, let's say, $35,000 and up. Because I see a lot of girls they like to wear like very expensive car. They don't get a cheap car. Me, I get a cheap car because I know I want to pay it off. I'm very frugal like that, right? So actually, most ladies or ladies that I run into, right? They're really more like $600,000 in debt, right? So if you calculate that up, I don't really think you're making that kind of money, especially when you have to pay that kind of bills off. And I don't think most people want to work that hard to do that, right? So that's just what I've seen, at least in the medical field. I can't speak for any other field. So I think that's probably why you see a lot of, at least in my area, that's why I see that. And another thing, what was I about to say before I forgot? People saying that you should date people that's in your same tax bracket. I totally agree with that. I would never tell nobody that's not in a tax bracket to date somebody that's not in another tax bracket.
What music is that, please? I'm not disrespecting. I
The
can't hear
music is
anything.
too loud.
That's not me. That's somebody else's music.
Yeah,
Dr. A, is that
sorry.
you?
Yeah, she switched. Yeah, it's gone now. Sorry. Thank you. Can you continue? Unusual business. Thank you.
Yeah. But what I also do to people say, marry somebody in your tax bracket, I totally agree. Marry somebody in your tax bracket. But what I do also see, this is what I see.
they're not marrying dudes in that tax bracket. They're dating dudes that I'm gonna say that they start dating more like men a little bit more, right? I'm gonna go with this because I think he's cute. I think he's
Mhm.
tough, right?
Yeah, can you start to round up, please, if you don't mind?
Okay. And they usually try to turn that guy into the provider or the dude that they want, and that's usually doesn't happen, right? Because like, if you know, that's just what I've noticed, right? From my at least from my point of view, from the area that I am in. But if y'all see anything that's different, then maybe so. But what I usually see is that like if she makes like a certain amount of money, then she kind of dates like a dude, which is cool. That's fine. But then that also comes with being head of household, right? Because if you're not dating the man that's above you or whatever, right? Then that basically means you're on the same level. That means you basically have to take care of somebody, right? And that's when most people kind of then jump off the boat. I'm just gonna say thank you, and then I'm going to go ahead and sit down and listen to
Thank you
the.
so much. Please,
Adama, please borrow me 30 seconds. 30
okay,
seconds, please.
okay, hold on. I just want to tell him something. Unusual business. Thank you for joining us. We come on every Saturday at 8 p.m. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Natu.
Okay, so I just wanted to add to what I said earlier, right? And what I'm saying cuts across the board for both men and women. Marry within your tax bracket because it goes a long way for you because you guys have the same like at to some level like understanding. I don't know, like growth per se. So someone was saying in the comment section because of what I said, he said I'm gonna stay single. I said I've been married for 8 years. I don't sound like it. I don't have to sound like it. My man works in IT, and let me tell you, every year he gets one certification. Every year, that's the target that he has given himself. Every year, I'm telling you. So I know what I'm telling you. If you know what you want, go for what you want. And this does not apply to only women alone. This applies to men. And I'm saying it because you guys have always come and ask, well, what does a woman bring to the table? Why is it a problem when a woman is asking what a man brings to the table for her because she has done well for herself? There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with that.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want us to understand the conversation we're having. Misty, before I come to you, the conversation we're having is this part of the video we watch and my understanding. Um, as women, there comes a time we need to evaluate ourselves. Video that guy made, he gave a percentage of women who are accomplished but lonely, they are not married. I don't care what your pay bracket is, what your position, you accomplish. All I'm saying here is let us evaluate ourselves. Evaluate ourselves in the sense of, yes, I love women who are go-getters, women who knows what they want and what they bring to the table. But at the same time, if you come across a man who has all the qualities you're looking for, but what he lacks is that pay bracket, and you say you cannot go with that person because he's not in your pay bracket, to me, it doesn't make sense. For me, I'm speaking for me now. Like when I say things, I'll say this is my personal opinion. This is my personal opinion. When I speak generally, I'm speaking as a moderator, but right now, this is my personal opinion. Because you know what I've come to realize? A lot of we women have missed out on great men just because they are not in our pay bracket. Because you earn a whole lot more. You earn a whole lot more than the man you have interest in. And the reason why you decide not to date this person because he doesn't meet your pay threshold. And in my opinion, and the way I see things, I don't believe in that because you know why? I believe if I am with you and we're together and you lack something, this is what love is all about. You have to pour into that person, help them get to where you want them to be in terms of educate them. Like there are there are ways you can impact your partner to grow. But for you to
Sis,
say, oh,
can
hold
I
on, hold on,
reply
hold on,
after you
hold on.
speak to Misty? After Misty, hang on, before you keep cutting me off, can I speak after Misty? That's
Okay.
all I wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you. What I'm trying to say is that video is for us to look at ourselves and evaluate ourselves. Because when a man is accomplished and he marries a woman there's a nobody, is okay. The woman will marry him. But when it comes to a woman's turn, she's accomplished, marry a nobody, it becomes a problem. Then the woman will say, that is not my standard. Why should I settle for someone like this? You cannot eat your cake and have it. This show, like I said today, is not about men. It's about looking at ourselves and asking ourselves, what do we need to start doing differently? Like that guy said, he gave a percentage of women who are accomplished but are single in the diaspora. I don't care what anyone say. In my opinion, we are not doing something right.
I beg, Adama, speak for yourself, Joe. Don't speak for all of us. Abba.
Dr. Adama, can I do sister?
Sis, I
No,
totally agree
no,
with you. I'm
please.
on you.
Please,
Exactly.
please let me push back on Adama for 30
Please,
You
seconds.
can I
can't,
do
you can't,
Adama,
sister
you can't,
No,
no, no,
you,
no.
Misty needs to
No, you
talk
sister
can't.
now. We
Abby,
have
No,
a
you
queue
sister
can't.
here.
Abby.
please.
We have a
No,
queue.
no, no.
No, you can't. No,
no.
you can't.
I
Listen.
cannot
Oh my
speak
God.
unless
I don't
Dr.
want to
A
lose my
tells
train
me
of thought.
to.
We have to evaluate ourselves. We have to. Who we have to evaluate who?
Listen.
Madam, look, wait, Adama, please, I don't want to lose my train of thought. Let me tell
Oh,
you the
sister,
reason
that's
why.
it now. I wanted Misty
Wait,
to
no, I'm
talk.
sorry. I'm sorry. The reason why a lot of women do that is because
No, Wala.
we have too many insecure men. And a lot of women that have decided to do that has not ended up well for them. And a lot of women that are deciding not to do that are taking precaution because of what they've seen. Because
Exactly.
a lot of men take advantage of that. After they get there, they try to clip your wings and bring you down because they feel like, oh, because she has this money, or they use your money to do nonsense.
Okay, so
So because of
Natu,
those experiences,
Natu.
and I'm not saying it's for all men. I'm not saying it's for all men. I'm
No,
not saying this across the
I'm not
board.
even saying you're saying this for all men. My question is simple. I mean, I'm using the
Mhm,
same standard. I'm not going outside of the standard you're projecting.
mhm,
So, like I said earlier, and nobody has
mhm,
pushed back on that, or nobody has tried to, tell
mhm,
me differently. So it is
mhm.
okay for the man when he is successful and he is open-minded enough to marry a lady who is not necessarily successful, maybe even comes from a nobody family. He carries her, he builds even her family,
Chim,
for instance. It's
Chim, I
okay.
have
Wait,
no, I
now,
Nobody
have
wait,
asked him
no, no,
to.
no, 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 no.
can I
Listen,
just
listen,
land
Nobody
on,
asked him
can I
to.
land
no
on
one,
that?
you cannot interject him.
Can I
Let
land
him
on
I'm
that,
sorry.
finish.
please?
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
You see, I've been. You see, the problem, and I want to bring this to our attention. I think sometimes it's good because I hear a lot of times some people here would say, "Oh, people are veering off the conversation," but when you start suiting their narrative, we're not veering off. They want us. They
Gotcha.
want it. They want it. So
No, no,
I
no,
don't pay that
no. Go
standard.
ahead and respond
That's
when you're
true.
done.
That's true. I can see.
The point I'm saying is this: I am never against anyone setting parameters for themselves. I draw up plans for myself. I draw up parameters, things I want to do, and I try to stick to it. I have no problem if the woman says, I want this man to have high shoulders. I want his head to reach heaven. If his head is not reaching heaven, I'm not marrying. I'm totally okay with that. I have no problem with that. Who am I to interfere with your objectives? That's not me. It's not in me. But for every decision we make, there are consequences and there are outcomes we have to live with. Now,
Right.
that being said, the standard, and I'm taking you, Natu, from what you've said, there are certain women have been
Correct.
burnt. Haven't men been burnt? Men who maybe
They
live in
have.
the UK and they come home and take a wife with an
They
open mind.
have.
The person comes there, tear eye finish, drive and come out for house, carry police and social security and everything.
Uncle
It
Chin,
doesn't
that
really
is why
happen.
they should
Ma,
not go
ma,
and, that is why they should not
Madam
go and
Luke,
marry
Madam Luke, hold
NIT
on.
from the village.
No, please.
So
Madam Luke, hold on. Madam Luke, hold
Madam
on.
Look, let her talk now. I'm enjoying what she's saying.
I think
No,
at
let
the end
Chim
of the
finish.
day, and I'll round off here. At the end of the day, what we're saying is for human beings, let's be human enough. If you say this is a standard you want to live by, that's fine enough. It is not a male-female thing for me. It's about
Right.
humanity. That's the way I look
Right.
at it. And that's why I
Right.
said that
Correct.
the early first video we did, I knocked the guy because that was an act of irresponsibility to
Correct.
leave his responsibility in the US and then went back home to go and deceive someone. So we can come back to talk about whether it's her fault or not. That's a different issue. But I think that
Right.
was irresponsible. That's the same way I'm looking at this whole issue of marry up, marry down. I hope it
Chim.
is going to be okay if the men start
Mhm.
marrying only up and
Listen.
close their eye to the down. So
Uncle
fair is fair.
Chim.
Chin.
No.
Thank
Madam
you.
Luke, hold on. Chim,
Please,
I said it
can you
earlier.
guys let me
Adama, please.
moderate? Please
Wait,
wait.
I know.
No,
I was
please
talking, he
wait.
interjected.
Wait.
I was talking and he interjected.
Hold on, please. When I say wait, please wait.
Yes,
Chin,
ma'am.
Go ahead. Push back on Chim. Honey Babe wants to speak. Uncle Beno wants to speak. Let's just make our
No,
pushback very short, please.
I know I'm talking and Chim interjected, so I just wanted to
So
respond to him and then leave.
I was on the queue. Am I not gonna speak or?
Yes, you
Missy,
are.
I'm
Yes,
I
let
will
them
let
push
me
back, then we'll come to you. Go ahead, Nat.
Chim,
Okay.
Let
if you remember, if you remembered, I said both men and women, everybody marry within your bracket. And let me tell you why that is important. Because it will encourage everybody to work hard on themselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? I am not against a man marrying within his bracket. I will not support men going down because it's not working. Let's just say the fact because it encourages so much abuse in marriages. I'm telling you that for a fact. And that's why I said it earlier. You just didn't hear me, or you skipped that, or maybe you didn't hear it. But I said it earlier. I said no. Both men and women, everybody go within your bracket. It helps relationship. It fosters healthy relationship. I'm telling you, it does.
Thank you so much.
Push back real quick. One sentence, please.
Okay, go
Before
ahead.
Honey Babe. I got him. There is nothing like marry up or marry down.
My auntie.
Everybody's saying marry within your bracket. Because if you marry your level, you will never get bond.
I don't believe in that though, but that's fine. I
No,
respect
if you
your
marry
belief.
your level, the winner takes all. You carry your load, and what you bring in is what you're going to take out. You can never be bond. But when you go and carry all those your stupid babe in Nigeria, say you are trying to do a model, they'll go burn you, care.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you.
So can I go?
I said, Misty, you're next. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I missed a lot of the conversation, but I did have to go back to the video and just watch it. And interestingly, I'd watched it before, on Real Fam and stuff like that. We didn't have a reaction. So I'm glad we're having a reaction here. So for me, my approach is that if I
Okay, hold on. Before you say anything, Misty, hold on.
okay.
This is a warning for those in the comment section, please. And I want you to understand this. When the panelists are speaking, you do not need to like what they are saying. But whatever you're going to write down on the comment section, you need to be very respectful about what you're writing. This is not a platform where you can come and insult people because you want to. And I'm giving this as a warning to anyone in the comment section. Be respectful to the panelists. You don't have to like what they're saying. We agree to disagree respectfully. Please. Thank you. Go ahead, Misty.
Okay, so for me, from the video, my take would be that if I were to meet somebody, and these are very pertinent questions I need to ask you or I need to find out about you. It doesn't have to be, something that I'm going to ask like I'm interviewing you. So I think my approach and my tone is very important, just to make you feel like we are having a conversation and it's not me trying to figure you out and making you feel uncomfortable. I would want to know, whether you're in debt, how much, like what your tax bracket is, what your marital status is, your immigration status, because I need to know, were you married before, or are you divorced, or you're separated? Because for you to even think of dating somebody who is separated, that means you are still married. You want to marry somebody who is still married but simply separated. So those are very important questions I need to know. Are you in debt? Because if I'm to marry you and you're too much in debt, that means I'm inheriting your debt as well. Your level of education is very important to me. I need to know how far you went in school because I know how far I've come. What is your gender? Were you actually born male? I need to know all those things because we are living in a world now where people change their sex, right? What is your age? And I want to know if you are not within my tax bracket. I'm asking all these questions in a way that would help me make an informed decision. It would help me decide, okay, this person is not within my tax bracket, but he has a sense of direction where he's going. And I see that he can go far in future. Is this the kind of person I want to be with? Can I be with the person and support him because I see he has a bright future? Or this is somebody who is at that level in their lives where they are not going anywhere. If they are not going anywhere and I can really see it, is it something that I'm willing to shoulder You know, I'm at that age where I do not want to start, you know, somebody is in, you know, a very low level in life. You could check everything, all my boxes and stuff, but am I going to be struggling with you for the longest time? Am I ready for that, like mentally and physically? So I would definitely have to, you know, ask those pertinent questions. I'm not just going to marry you because you're African, we come from the same country, or you're Nigerian and I come from Nigeria. No, there are things that are very important to me. Like, you know, you don't have an immigration status. I need to know, are you trying to go out with me because, okay, if I'm already a citizen, are you trying to exploit me for you to get your citizenship? And then thereafter, you may even leave me. So there are things that we ask these questions or things like that because you want to make an informed decision. If it's something that you're willing to shoulder, then by all means go ahead. If it's not something that you're going to deal with, like Miss Luke is, you know, looking at it, by all means you go ahead. So we have tastes and preferences, and you cannot put all of us in one box and say, oh, you know, we are all in this country in the diaspora and we're all Africans, we have to marry each other. No, we don't. We really don't. So it depends on what the other person is looking for and what they are looking at. That's my take.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Misty.
is it
Thank you.
okay?
I'll
Is
go
it
ahead.
okay for
Oh,
me to talk?
yes,
Thank you.
yes, and I'll go to
Hi
Ben.
everybody. I'm looking at the comment section. Very interesting. Hope you're moderating there. I had a couple of things to say. I mean, I'll start from what Misty said because that's basically what's in my head right now. I do totally agree with what she said because, you know, you have to make an informed decision, especially if something as important as relationships and marriage. So I think in what the gentleman said in the video, like I said, he said it from his own point of view and there was no context to what he said. He just rambled on about, oh, people ask for your legal status and a couple other things. There was no context. There wasn't even the post wasn't even, oh, in my experience, or I heard this experience, or even spoke about a particular experience. He was just rambling on. In terms of asking for, I mean, in this day and age, let's be quite clear. There's a lot in the community where there's no transparency. I know it may be new to some people, but I'm very much used to transparency when you're supposed to be in a relationship, especially something as sacred as marriage and dating and courting up until that marriage. You need to have all the information for you to make an informed decision. Now, if you're hiding certain things like your legal status or you've overstayed, I think that's a problem. And if someone, as long as it's not an interrogation and, you know, you've not said it from the very first jump of meeting them, there's nothing wrong with you asking that question, you know, all those questions, especially something as important as what's your legal status, because at the end of the day, you can't force someone to be in a relationship with someone that hasn't got legal status. It's all about choices. And I think once you make an informed decision based on all the information you have, you can be very free and be confident enough to make a decision of, okay, I know this guy doesn't have papers. I know he doesn't have the right salary, etc., etc. I want to marry him. I think there needs to be transparency, and that comes with educating yourself and having, you know, kind of like emotional intelligence in the way that you date. I don't know how it is in certain parts of the world, but the kind of standard and what should be is that you should really invest in having open dialogue and communication in your dating. And I think that's definitely something that needs to be talked about a lot more. And in regards to what Brother Chim said in terms of why is it that it's still part of the same thing. So let me land.
Okay.
Yeah, is that what was said in terms of why is it that it's okay for a gentleman to go to Nigeria and to take a village girl? I'm paraphrasing. You probably said something different, but I can't remember. You take a village girl and you now decide to fund her up into PhD. That's his choice. And I always say this, when you do something for someone, don't expect anything in return, because most of the time they don't appreciate it. And I always say this, that as a person that
Honey,
if
babe,
I
can you
marry,
round up, please?
yeah, let me fill it. Yeah. As a person that marries someone, I personally think is that it's your parents' responsibility, or if you're an adult, it's your responsibility to fund and find a way to school yourself up into PhD, for example. It's not for your partner, because at the end of the day, just be very aware that same thing with father, when you're not always going to be appreciated, and it could be a case where that person has got to PhD level and she says, you know what, you're not to my level. Rather than spend that energy, use that same energy and same finances and brush yourself up to PhD level. So I think people need to understand, and I'm not trying to do a whole gender, whether it's the man or the woman, don't be so invested about brushing up your spouse. Brush up yourself, level up, use that same energy to brush yourself up to that PhD level. So that at the end of the day, if in the odd eventuality where in that relationship, the lady that you brought up to PhD level says, I don't want you anymore because you're not to my level. And the man, or, whoever the spouse is that actually invested in getting them that PhD level is not upset, then you avoid that. So I think it's very much a case of you as an individual, look at yourself and invest in yourself. Don't look to anybody else to invest in you. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Honey Babe. I appreciate it. I'm going to come to Uncle Ben, then we'll do our final summation. Then this is what I will say, okay, in regards to this video. When it comes to something that has to do with men, a lot of women have an opinion on it. But when it comes to we women, we start bringing out a lot of narrative, excuse, which like we start switching things. And for me, that is not the way I look at life. If you can tell a man that he's not accountable or what he did is wrong, all I'm saying when I started this segment is we as women, what can we improve on? Given that they said we have this number of women who are accomplished but single, something is wrong there. Every accomplished man is not available. I repeat it again. Every accomplished man that makes more than 6 figures is not available. The percentage is very low. So all I'm saying, if we're setting our standards and everything, be realistic with your standard. I'm not saying you should settle, but there comes a time where you need to compromise. You see this person has good quality and you and this person can grow together. But just because that person is not in your pay bracket, you're telling me, oh, I'm not going to settle? For me, I don't agree with that. Uncle Ben, what's your opinion? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Adama. No vex. As he said, this show don't long, and it go really long go. So make I ask first, how much time do I have?
Go ahead. You have more than enough time, sir.
Okay. I came back into the studio because of that my brother Unusual and Abby. I think they were going on a target earlier. That's why I came back to the studio. And I just wanted to make a couple of things clear. And I know everybody here, especially from the Real Fab, they know me, they know my stance. I would like to say this. First of all, my brother Unusual, no vessel, but I just feel like it's not okay to ask somebody on public platform, how much do you make? What do you do? And all that. I think it's not okay to ask on public platform. You can not agree with their opinion, that's okay, but that's just what I want to say about that. Now, coming to the issue we're discussing about women having standard and saying, I want to marry this or that. Honestly speaking, I have nothing against that. If a woman say, I want to marry a billionaire, that is my standard. All I will say is, you are welcome. May God bless you. Go find your billionaire and marry your billionaire. And if a man said, oh, why can't you marry me because I'm working 9 to 5? God bless you too. Go get a woman that want to marry you working 9 to 5. I'm saying that to simply say this. When you look at the dating pool and what is happening with relationship these days, people are no longer falling in love or getting married because they are in love. People are more or less like they are getting married now for status.
And because they treat marriage like a transaction.
That is what it is, my sister. May we not deceive ourselves. Once you hear people saying, "Oh, I have a standard, this standard has to be met," honestly speaking, that person has removed love. That natural love we all crave, you have removed it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I've also seen guys, I've heard guys that say, "Oh, I want my woman to be yellow, to be red. I want a woman with full lips." Now, when I reach America, I know say something today where they call full lips. So I want a woman with full lips, a woman with this one, a woman with that one. Okay, fine,
Uncle
bro.
Beno, I beg. I know they live for US. Wetin be full lips?
Those women where their lips big like this, will be like mama. You can almost bite it if you no take time when you dey kiss them. Now it be full lips.
I want
Abi I lie?
what is your coded word?
Abi, where is Abi? Now Abi be my backup. Is that not how to describe it? Full lips, it big. The lips
Yeah,
big. When
full lips. Yeah, that's how to describe it. You're right.
when you kiss full lips, you feel mistakenly go bite her. You go to say na mama. So if a man say, "I want my girl to be this, she got to be this tall, she got to be that," me as an old school traditional man, my brain go dey tell me say, "Bros, you are not looking for love. You are simply looking for somebody you want to display." What do they call them now? I'm Candy Abi. And they learn many of this now. I'm Candy with that
Yes,
one now,
I'm
no be
Candy,
so.
Uncle Beno.
Eh.
You're on point.
You are looking for arm candy, a lady you want to show off. You want to show up at the party, you want to show up at men hangout or anything, and people be like, "Oh wow, look at that." That's what you are not looking for natural love. Let's call it what it is. So this is what I'm going to say. As far as me, I am concerned, I will simply say, let everybody do what works for them. However, where me I get problem with this. If you are my younger sister, by the time you are hitting 38 to 40, it's okay if you want to be single. But if you whine around me, say the men out there, they are not serious, they are not working hard. Now where we go get problem with that? Because now you they look for person we must meet certain criteria. And we don't bless you. Say, may God bless you. Go and find your man. Hook up to that man. Okay? So now, if we're talking about just like the topic today about struggle love or something, I really don't believe there is anything like struggle love if you know what you are looking for. And that is where I want to give Abby some credit, because when Abby was speaking, Abby said, "Okay, I don't want to stick with 9 to 5. If I'm going to do 9 to 5, I got to see that you have something that is cooking. You have focus. You are working on something. That makes sense. What is night? Even me as a man that I'm doing 9 to 5, I don't like it. I said it on my platform all the time. That's why I always preach hustle, hustle, hustle. Because the reality is this: when I was strictly working 9 to 5 and try to meet up, try to do overtime, I can't do shit. Even if you say you are making 100 figures now, my brother, you get where you go reach where people they spend money, you know, feel breathe with your 100 figure or whatever. So you need to have something that will show that, okay, in the next 5 years, you're going to be at this level. Your woman can see it. When she talks to you, she can tell that, Omo, this guy get where in they go. I can buy into this dream. So I don't believe there is anything like struggle love. When we say, "Oh, somebody is in struggle love," that is a stupid person who open their eye, believe say God go do am. When you go and marry a man who is not improving himself, he's not trying to advance to the next level, he's simply contented with where he is. My sister, when you marry and you pump one picking, pump two picking, and this man cannot even give you the treat that you wanted, that will not be strong good love. Now you go pick wahala, you go pick liability. That is just what it is. And if you are a man, I've listened to a lot of young men who will turn around and blame girls for demanding or asking for what they want. And what I usually tell them is this: bro, you yourself, where do you see yourself in 5, 6, 10 years from now? Are you angry now because you see a lady that is so beautiful, you like everything about her, but the only problem is this lady is an engineer? You are just maybe one small tech guy that is making 60, 70K in a year. Now you go and talk to her and she pointed to you straight up that, "Hey, I don't think this can work. You are not where I want." Then now you are angry. Then you now want to attack her. "Oh, look at her. She's not serious. She's too selective. She's too..." No, bro. No. As I dey like this, if I have to do this thing all over, say I want to remarry now. Even doctor too small. Now astronaut, I won't go marry. People where government just they give money, bam. Now
Call,
be the kind woman where
call
I
that
go
person
find.
when you say you want marry again. What did you say that person is? Astro?
Astronaut, I mean that they
You
call
are
people where they go
you
space, where
you
they
a
just they give
greedy
money
person.
anyhow. Yes, now. That's what me too I go to find. So I'm saying that for us to know that girls are not stupid. I've said something before on my platform, and I get to understand this because as I did right now, I get Gen Z. I have a 17 years old, I have a 30 years old, and I already see the trajectory of their life. I have lived in this America, and I've seen that if you really invest in your children, by age 24, 25, they're already made. When you are struggling to rent apartment, these children, 24, 25, 26, they are buying houses. So tell me, as a parent, if your daughter now come around and say, Dad, I'm looking for a guy that can meet me here or there, you just have to understand that this is their life now. We as men, we cannot say, let us force women to come to our level to stay with us. No. Now you go raise your level. When you raise your level, reach where you reach, then any woman when match that, what did they call that? A tax bracket. I don't see until now. It's not to talk. Yes, tax bracket.
Tax bracket.
When you see that woman when fall into your tax bracket, you simply say to you enjoy your life. That's all I have to say, my people. We don't even need to they drag up and down, up and down.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Thank
that
you.
two
Go
things
ahead.
don't work together.
Mm-hmm.
If you want somebody to love you for real, like deep love, somebody to love you naturally,
Mm-hmm.
you have to make sure, even you yourself, you are prepared to love somebody naturally, and then you grow together. But the moment you start saying, "Oh, as a guy, I don't want to marry lady at this range. It has to be at this range," bros, you are no longer looking for love. So if a lady say, "I want this too," she's not looking for love. You both are looking for status. If God come bless you now, you people are both made. You are in the same tax bracket, and then you now fall in love. Thank God for your life. But if that doesn't work, that's my case. Make everybody face front. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Ben. I like what you said. All I'm saying is we have men who have married women and they've been the one bearing the burden. And guess what? They never came out to complain. Now let's reverse the situation. If a woman is happens to be the breadwinner and she's been the one bearing the burden, how long do you think that woman is going to stay with the man? She's not going to stay with him that long. That's all I'm saying. Revolution, you're coming in next. Welcome to the show. So, what is your opinion? Rev-
Please continue. I'm just driving back home from work. When I get
okay.
home, I will join you because it's very loud here.
Okay.
I will join you when I get home. I'm almost
Okay.
there.
No problem.
It's okay, sir. We can take the loudness. Keep talking, sir.
Okay.
You know, Madam looks okay.
Okay, I want to say greetings first to everybody. I was enjoying the show and I thought I should just jump in. Anyway, like for me, all this, I didn't see the video, but I've from listening, I know what is just like that song they sang that day, many years ago. Christiana, it rain Christiana come graduate, come finish, come tell us, no time. So all those kind of things they happen. You sponsor a girl. The same thing now, vice versa. You get some girls who sponsor men who demand to jail time. But for me, relationship is 50-50. Whether it's, if you know that 50-50, no they there. Because when you are attracted to somebody, for example, love at first sight is there. Attraction for wealth is another one. So it depends on, and everybody knows, like somebody where I did now, if I know say a girl like me, and I go know whether this girl like me for seeing me or he like me because of who I be. I must know that. So if I accept it anyhow, say okay, because the girl fine or because the girl they speak Oyibo like British person, I like the accent. So anything where you get out of it, you have to bear it. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, I always say it, love is 50-50. If I tell you my own person, if I tell you where my wife go bring me out. You know, go think say na joke. She go carry me out, clean me up, come make me where I be today. And that alone, I no go fit, not be said because I have to pay it back, but that is love for me because she saw me, I was nobody. So I can understand what is the topic people are talking. She saw me in my deepest, I don't know how to speak that English. I don't even get hope. Now the last hope I they hang on when she see me. She consider a whole guy like this, they do this kind of thing. Then if I carry and go put for where better day, except he just decide to jilt me. But when she come put me where I did today, how can I jilt somebody like that? Because I'm real. 50-50 love. I say, if this woman go fit pick me from this gutter, take me to Europe, clean me up, give me chance to educate myself and become somebody, why I go refuse her? But think of, if I refuse her, God self will punish me. So this is what I'm trying to say. In any way he be, diaspora love. Unfortunately, I know get the opportunity to marry black woman because the time why they poor, if I told them, they could just look me from head to toe. Who be this? One don't even tell me, say, shoe get size. Don't be lie. Me say, I just take myself back for one corner. I set my fate. So, if I see people where Nigeria to Nigeria marry for diaspora, I just say a lot of them, they break up now. Single mothers everywhere. Single fathers everywhere. So, me, I don't know. I can't talk much, but I believe in one thing in love. If somebody pick you up because they love you or because you have something that attracted them to you, they can't give you chance to become somebody. I heard Madam Luke was saying her friend, after maybe she got a lot of experience, she said, okay, now I will fly a first class so that I will meet a man of my class. That is a point too for me because there are some people, when you come down to their class to pick them, when they do okay finish, they go jilt you. So why don't you find somebody of your class? If you not fall in love, you know go be something where jealousy no go there. You know what I mean? Oh, this man better pass me, or this woman better pass me, or this now you can't. Now that time you go come no say look at the kind man why they follow. You know they even speak English, or you know they even you know what I mean. So you go to your class. If you don't want those problems, go to your class and pick yourself. Then you will not know whether now you get problem or now the you know what I mean. So make I not waste your time too much. Make I continue listening. I just finished work. I was listening while I was working, and I thought that would contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Oh,
much,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. Now, before we end that, let me play what
Yes.
Timaya said. The relationship of Nigerians are. Hold on, I want to play that video. I believe she has. Where is it? Oh, okay, let me go down here. Let me see, Timaya.
Who they play that mortuary song there?
Who do you think this? Is Dr. Adana with her music, her jazz or whatever?
Okay, can I say something like that now?
Go ahead, sir. Why I look for it?
You see, all of us have made, all of you have made a very, very, very important and point that people who are not married yet should put into consideration. Like I said, unfortunately, our own country, where we all are coming from, doesn't give you or doesn't give young people the opportunity that some of this outside of Nigeria gives them. Because in Nigeria, at 28, you are still struggling to even get out of university, because of no continuous, academic time. So schools are closed, schools are open, schools are closed, schools are open, and all that goes on. Eventually, before you come out of school, especially now, you are way above 28. And then if you are not from a very sound, people went home, as we say, you will now have to go through the process of trying to even alleviate yourself. You first of all have to have 1 year of facing reality of time after the university, which is the NYSC time, and then you struggle to stabilize yourself or to get something doing. It is not an easy road, as the case may be for a Nigerian, especially with in the last, say, back 18 years, it's been a bit difficult. At least the time we left university was easier. Even at that time, you still have to know one or two persons. And if you again, because of not so much opportunity open, even when you have the knowledge of where to get yourself, to advance yourself in a kind of work that will give you an opportunity to have further training, it don't come, even if you are the most qualified. I remember that my wife went for an interview, one of the the very top-notch companies, government parastatal in Nigeria at that time, and she scaled through all to the point. And it gets to a point, and the point where now they decide whether to give you the scholarship or to refuse you the scholarship vis-a-vis give you work. And the woman and the man, and there are about three of them, and one asked her, by the way, how did you get here? How did you get to this point? I say, well, I got to this point because I went through all the interviews. Okay, no, I mean, who gave you letter to come to this place? Did you get any letter from the presidency? Do you know anybody from the presidency? No. Do you know anybody in the Senate? Yes. Who is the person? So and so from Delta State. You don't have anybody that he knows that is from the North? No. Okay, we'll get back to you. So what am I trying to say? It becomes a bit difficult. So for any young person, you have to go extraordinary. You have to be like Peter Obi, who started having kiosks while you are in the university to be able to make, some level of progress before you come out. If not, your first 5 years to 10 years, you're going to still be trying to find your way around. Having said that, does it mean that that the emphasis has to be on money alone? No, just like the last speaker said. And I wanted to even give the example which he gave, which is that when we are growing up, that just the song of Christiana Bwenyenwaye, which was Prince Tiko Mbaga, which taught us that you should not take a lady that you're not in the same strata and then train her, because at the end of training her in school, she comes out and teaches you, which was what was very prevalent those days as we were growing up, because they come and find out that you are not educated, and they are now very educated, and they are looking for somebody of their class. We have witnessed that over time. I know of a lady, I'm not good, well, I know of a lady who was our neighbor. The husband was a very sound photographer, but they didn't go to school. And she went to school, and when she came, as children will notice that she was cheating one man. Whenever the husband was around, the man will come. And before the husband come back from work, the man will sneak out and go. Why do you know that? Because his machine is always parking his machine behind our house, And of course, as children, one day we told the man that the man used to come to your house. Yeah. Anyway, to cut the long story short, the reason the woman was giving was that the husband was not educated, and she has gone to, I think then it was one of those what do you call HND schools in the north, and she felt that they're no longer in the same class. So what I'm trying to say, just not to reduce it to just this, is that there's no, even as we're talking right now, there's no thing that gives you an inclination of what's going to happen in the future. Nothing. Not your education, not your understanding. It's just praying and believing that the step you are taking will get to the place that you want.
Thank you.
The man can be anything. You can be anything also. And at the end of it can even be somebody who didn't think at the same distance, but he has the ability to want to aspire. So let's just pray and pray that the good Lord will direct our steps, that at the end of the day, the choices we make will be the one that will give us victory at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to play this last video, then we'll give our final summation on all the topics we discussed today. And here it is.
Can be wrong. It depends because they don't love. Yeah, nobody right for you, but they're not wrong either. Right. You feel me? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like myself, I don't have a problem with Nigerian girls or Nigerian men. Okay. If I'm a Nigerian girl, I will not date a Nigerian man. I know that's like right. Myself right now. I can't date a Nigerian girl. Okay. Okay, so the woman that you're in love with, she's not Nigerian. Hell no. Okay, why don't you? Is there a reason for that? Well, the same foundation, the same upbringing. The relationship would be like police and thief. It's too toxic.
Don't you think it breeds for better understanding?
You'd be like that, you know.
It reminds me of my brothers. We used to play, you guys that grew up abroad used to do cops and robbers.
Yeah.
So we used to call it police and thief.
Yeah. It could be like say on the same thing.
Yeah.
We go the life for each other too much. What's happening? We don't even get peace. Even when something not do wrong, go they find what.
Thank you so much.
I go first.
I know you want to say that. Okay, Madam Luke, go.
I go first because I was the first to land here, so I go first.
Okay, you're going. Just give us your final summation on everything we discussed in this video as well. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, boom, boom, boom. Number one, struggle of. That is what ties all those videos together. In every video we've played, I think it was who was the person that said, is it the Mr. Uncle Beno? He said there is nothing like struggle love because it's when the person decides to play Mugu that you become a struggle lover. Yes, anything that struggle love does show up in, somebody must play Mugu, another person must be Maga. So it's a Maga Mugu relationship. Somebody gonna lose and somebody gonna win. Sometimes two people lose. So coming to this Timaya's video, it is what ties everything together. The dominant concept in any Nigerian relationship, or should I say most Nigerian relationship, is struggle love. One person is doing doing all the work, the other person is slacking. There is one person is going forward, the other one is dragging the other one down. So that way, there is always something to bitch about. Now, how can we avoid all this? Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that's what we're saying now. Go with your class. It doesn't necessarily mean when you go with your class, you're still not going to have problems. But the biggest advantage you would have if you go with your class is that you come up without losses. Nobody go trick you. Nobody go do you. Now, what you carry enter, you go carry come out. So you break up even. Unlike that one where one person is up there, one person is down there. When you decide to break up, somebody must be burned. Somebody must be burned. That is why play it safe. Always find your rank. If you're single, hang with single people. Like that woman that went and married a married man, that is where she got burned. Stay in your class. Single to single, divorced to divorced, married to married, separated to separated. You have something in common. So please don't step outside your ring. Stay in your lane always. Don't let nobody fool you. That competency, capacity, and what is the other one? Character. It's only working with Mr. Peter B. It doesn't work in your relationship. Let them show you their status. Show them your level, your debt profile. Show them your economic profile. It's not just necessarily for the women, but also for the men. And coming lastly to what Mr. Dama is saying, that we should all evaluate ourselves because the women are the ones. I don't buy that, but that's her opinion. You don't speak for most women. Women are happy being single. They are not lonely. So I don't want to hear that word, that they are lonely. They are not lonely. They are happy. Not everybody wants to be a hospice nurse in old age, taking care of some man that can't walk. So please, find out why you want to be in a relationship first. Is it because you're lonely or is it because you're needy? If it's because you are lonely, get a dog. If it's because you are needy, get an extra job. On that note, peace out.
I really enjoyed that, Sister Look. Very enjoyable. Thank you for your take.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to come to Honey Babe and Abby. Honey Babe, what is your final summation in everything discussed?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, thank you very much. I want to say I really enjoyed the show, even though it's a lot of boss bass, especially with me and Sister Look. But it was, I really appreciated your take. And, like I said, later on, I kind of, especially with other subjects, I really enjoyed your take. So, yeah, thank you to all the panelists. I can be passionate, but please forgive me if I offended anybody. But yeah, on my take, I think, me, I'm always saying that let's try not to generalize. I think it's a case by case basis. I think personally, it's about wisdom. In any relationship, whether we're just looking at our community, you need to always communicate and assess things as you're going through to dating up until marriage. It's about having wisdom. There's all these things about, yes, it's great that you take a woman from the village, for example, and you brush her up and you pay for her schooling. There's wisdom in that, but at the same time, be very much prepared, because like I said, we're not Jesus, and we have flaws. And unfortunately, there's a lot of Mongol parks in both genders, as men and women. So be very much aware that if you don't move in a certain way and try and move with wisdom, and at the same time see the red flags, and when it hits you, don't ignore it, then I think that should help you in navigating this relationship and marriage streets. The things that I find that people kind of get undone is the fact that they choose to ignore the red flags. And I think it's a case where, some people say that you must marry, you must marry. I'm of the opinion that not every single person is going to be destined to be married. And I've said this many times. My mum got married 2 months ago at 75. So there's no respect of age when it comes to marriage. But what I will say is that use wisdom, use critical thinking. And I think in terms of this whole thing that there's no struggle love, let's not be naive. There is struggle love, and a lot of men and women compromise because of age, because of pressure from our community. And I think that it can be dangerous, because I've seen a lot of people go into relationships because of pressure, because of age, and as quickly as they ran into those relationships, they ran back out, and they are happy being single, or in retrospect say, I shouldn't have got married. And to those people that are saying that marriage should be intentional, you're marrying because you want to cleave to someone. It shouldn't be basically a health retirement plan. And like Sister Look said, that if you're lonely, get a dog, get a pet, get an extra dog, go to church, go to bingo, go to whatever. I think for you to now classify getting married because you're bored or you're lonely, I think that's not the right mindset you should have, because marriage is a beautiful thing. And a marriage should, your pursuit of marriage should be intentional. So I think, and in terms of what that last pause, I thought it was really funny, because to be honest, yeah, I mean, I've been in relationships with Nigerians, and I've always struggled with the mindset because I've been brought up in the UK, and it's very confrontational. I found being in relationships with Nigerians. I'm not trying to, say anything negative, but I do understand the mentality. I can understand why he's saying that he wouldn't date a Nigerian woman. I'm not saying I wouldn't, but it can be very toxic. Can be very confrontational, and it can be very passionate. There's good parts and there's bad parts. I won't say no more than that, but I can understand the joke. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Thank you. Bravo. Bravo.
And if you're finished speaking, unless you're our OKJ, Chim and Luke, they can stay. But if you finish speaking, could you please exit if you don't mind? Thank you. I'm going to come to Abby. Abby, you're next. Go ahead. Your final
Thank you.
submission on everything and the last video we just played.
Okay. Thank you so much, sis. I can't really speak on. I understand that as Nigerians, just being Nigerian comes with a lot of traumas, I guess. So I guess I can understand where what's his name is coming from, the artist Timaya is coming from. However, it's not my experience, so I can't really speak. I'm not from a toxic background with my parents or anything, so I can't speak on that. I think that is important. I always push. I have a brother, and I would also push for my brother's standards to be high where women are concerned as well. I think it goes both ways. And in terms of building, you have to come with the materials to build, and I have to come with the materials to build. So I wouldn't say there's absolutely anything wrong with building. I just think you have to build with the right person, which is why the mentality is key. It's also important to point out that a woman can come into a man's life and say she built with him when he's the only one that was building. That is not how building works. So I do believe that a woman has, not even because of the man, for your own sake as well. When we touch on other topics such as DV and all sorts, part of the reason the woman is not able to leave is because she doesn't even know herself, because she doesn't have anything else to look up to, anything else to hold on to. And I think it's important that as
And
women
there's
also,
Abby, there's a word for that when you're so attached to your partner, like you can do anything on your own. What is it called again?
um
Support.
I'm
You know what
I'm
I'm
not
talking
sure, but
about?
I just know about codependency as
Oh,
well.
yes, codependency. That's what I'm
Yeah,
looking
you
for.
do not want to be codependent on anybody. It is not healthy. So I would say the same thing about men as well. You're allowed to have standards, and you're allowed to reject women that only want you for your money or only want you for certain things, and vice versa. So whenever we speak, I'm speaking for myself, I'm speaking for women. Nobody is stopping men. One of the things that gets on my nerves is when men say how about us too. What, who, like, why are you not speaking for yourselves? Why do you want women to speak for you as well? So that's what I'm going to say. Everyone should do what they want, but I also think to address the whole thing about love is, has so many meanings, right? And love, it differs. I might want certain things from a relationship and other people want other things from the same relationship. What I'm going to say is that love is never enough. One of the key traits that I look for, and I think my parents particularly have instilled in me, is tenacity. I cannot marry someone that doesn't have tenacity. That also means that even in the marriage, someone that is tenacious can fight for our marriage. I'm a tenacious person. I keep pushing. So someone that is tenacious all around would fight to have a better career, to make sure that money keeps coming in. Doesn't mean bad things can happen. I do not operate from a scarcity mindset. So I'm not here anticipating the worst thing to happen. That's not how my mind works. But the whole idea is, even if it comes to that where you lose everything, do you know what tenacity does? It makes you push to get something. So that's the thing. It's not just about love. Love can only take you so far. Do you know how many people will tell you that they love you? Love is not enough. So I think it's important to push. It's important to have tenacity. It's important to be kind, and not just only to your spouse, but to other people. So that's what I'm going to say. Good night, everybody. Well, good morning, because it's 5 a.m.
Good
here.
night.
Good
Good night,
Yeah, I'm
morning.
gonna
Good
go. No.
morning. Thank
Oh wow, it's
you.
5:15. I gotta go. Bye.
Yes, thank you so much.
Bye. Thank
Good
you.
Abby,
night, honey
good
babe and
night.
Bye.
Good
Abby.
night, Abby. Thank you. Really appreciate you. Misty, what is your final submission?
So my final take, I cannot speak to the Nigerian relationship because I'm not Nigerian. I have no authority whatsoever to speak to that. That I'll leave to you and the other panelists,
You are
You
Nigerian. You are Nigerian.
my passport is still in the mail. My green passport hasn't arrived. So
Don't worry,
until
last
I
last
get
we
it,
end up in Nigeria.
thank you. So I seriously, I cannot really speak to that. I would really just listen to what you have to say and the other panelists, and I'll take that. About struggle love. Struggle love for me is your taste and preference. If you really want to struggle through it, it's you to make that decision. It's a personal decision to make. But personally, I feel like if I were to get in a relationship with somebody now, I need to know where you are right now, what stage you are in life, so that if I have to make that informed decision, I am comfortable being with you, so that we see how we can build each other together, right? So I'm not definitely in that place where I want to pick somebody from the bottom. I am at an age where I feel like you should be somewhere yourself because I'm somewhere, and then we can jointly work on ourselves. That's my personal take. What else did we have to speak to?
About
Um,
the lady that that met a man that came from diaspora and
oh, that marriage was non-existent. It was. There's really nothing to say to that, because I gave my opinion. There was nothing to there was no existing marriage. It was a fictitious marriage according to me and Uncle Beno. It was just marriage in paper. I think that sister needs to, seek for a divorce and move on. She needs to find a good lawyer who can have a separation agreement drafted for her, so that the father of these children can continue to provide for the children financially, even though she decides to maybe remarry and be with somebody else. But she needs to move on, because the man has a family abroad already. He's not going to want to be with her. He's already blocking her. He doesn't care that much about her anymore. It's just that the only time he gets to speak to her or unblock her is to find out how the children are doing. So if they didn't have children, the marriage would be completely done. So his only contact is on the ground that they have children, and he wants to maintain the children's well-being. So there's really no marriage there. And for her to insist that the man must bring her abroad, it's pointless. It won't work, because the man is here, he's married, things are working for him. And maybe we don't know his side of the story. Maybe he's able to take care of his children in Nigeria by being abroad and working and being with this other lady he's with abroad. So for me, that marriage is dead. I beg to submit. Good night to everybody. It was really nice being
Thank you
here.
so much, Misty. I really
Good
You're welcome.
night. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night. Thank
Miss
you.
Luke, you are so much drama. I need to meet you more often. You have too much entertainment,
Oh,
Thank you.
Misty. Oh, Misty, you thought I had pepper, right? You saw pepper, right?
Right. Right. She's
Yes.
very peppery and very vicious. So,
Yes. Yes.
thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night. Sleep well.
You too.
You too.
Revolution.
Thank you.
Revolution, what is your final submission, sir?
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My final submission is just very simple. Look before you leap, but if you misleap, leap out. That's my final if you leap in because they deceived you or you thought things will change, you understand? There is something they call divorce. And Mother Luke have said it. If you feel lonely, buy a pet, a cat. Me, I prefer to buy a cat. The cats are very nice. When they get used to you, you love them. That's my own final. And to tell the Nigerians too, they should try to love each other. They should forget about this monetary. There's no love in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say. To be honest, both sides, both ladies, everything complaining up and down. Nigerians should learn to love. Until we learn to love each other, then there will be happiness in relationship. There are a lot of single mothers. I've been to London about 2 weeks ago to visit some friends. You will see a lot of single mothers and single fathers. I'll ask myself, so did you people love it? Was there no attraction before you people came together? There must be something that would have brought you guys together. Suddenly, you just break up. You see a guy taking care of 3 children, a lady taking care of 3 children or 4. And with sadness, you find they are sad because that was not what they thought. So for my last talk is just 50-50 love. We sort a lot of problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Good night. Thank
Good night.
you.
Bye.
Sister Natu, what is your final submission? Sister Natu? Natu?
Natu, don't go sleep.
That's what I'm suspecting.
Attack Bass Bush.
Uncle Bene, what is your final submission, sir?
Well, my final submission is simple. For the first case, the lady who married her imported husband, she should just forget about it. Let her look for a boyfriend and figure how she can get the man to continue to take care of his children. She should forget about love or going to social media, looking for people to help her drag the man. It won't work. That's my submission for that. And then for the second topic about setting standard, Nigerian men, they want strong love and all that. what I will say to that is this. To my sisters, those who are shouting standard, standard these days, I will just give you small advice. A lot of women that I know who actually have standards before they find their husband and got married, they don't throw it at that man's face from the get-go that these are my standard. Oh, you have to make this amount of money. Oh, you have to speak this type of English. Oh, you have to do this or do that. What they do is to first of all come to the man as natural as they can be, as simple as they can be, so that at least the man will be attracted to them first. So please, there is nothing wrong with your standard. In fact, even me, when they talk like this, I marry a woman that got standard. But from the get-go, she didn't throw it at my face that these are my standard. These are what I want or whatever. I think I shared it on my platform one time when we were at school. I don't even know expensive clothes because I be a Jepako. It was my friends that will look at what my girlfriend, who is now my wife, they will look at what she wear and they say, Ben, jeans, Tomo, you wore this jeans now, expensive jeans. I don't know the difference. She wore a slippers one day. Back there in Nigeria, they were selling that slippers 4,000 naira. I don't know. I think now all those slippers where you go bed down select. My friends were the one that would say this thing is expensive. So I'm saying that for you to know that there is a man for you who can actually meet up your standard. But the approaches many girls are using these days is completely wrong. So don't go to a man and just throw it at his face. You have to be at that top level. You already seen him. If he's making good money, you can tell. If he's not making good money, you can tell. You already see him. If he's a very ambitious man, you can see by what he does. So just turn it down with that. This my standard, this my that. He go they chase men away from you. And I've told you ladies before, real men that are looking for a woman they want to spend the rest of their life with, they will not come in the package you are expecting. They too, they will wear camouflage. They won't tell you I'm this rich or I'm that. So you got to calm down. And to my brothers, please don't be intimidated when the woman come across as if she's okay, she get money, she's well educated. Many of them are soft at heart. It's because some of them they don't collect water from my fellow gender. That is why when they come now, it look as if maybe they are coming to fight you. No, please, don't be intimidated, bro. Boost your confidence. How they go? Where do you want to see yourself in the next 5 years? In the next 10 years, where do you want to be? What you are doing tells her a lot about you than what comes out of your mouth. The car you are driving tells her so much about you than what comes out of your mouth. The simple thing you do, how you talk, how you speak, when there are conversation, maybe today they are talking about politics, you contribute intelligently. Tomorrow that they talk about Ashawo thing, she can tell. So please, my brothers, don't be intimidated. And let me bring it to Nigeria, please. Stop saying Nigerian relationship are toxic, toxic. Now they say toxic. Toxic they everywhere. If you ask me right now, how is American relationship? I'll tell you, say that is the most toxic relationship I've ever seen. Forget them. In this America, a lot of people who show you they are in love, they are in love. Many of them, they are selfish. Many of them, they are just all about themselves. So please, it is not only Nigeria that you say is toxic, it's toxic. When you see many of these toxicity, I'm not talking about the DV and stuff like that, but when you see red flag, red flag, red flag in Nigerians people, it simply means that you have feed yourself with so many toxic relationship issues. Maybe you are watching it on social media or something. There are still great men and women in Nigeria, and there are still great men and women as Nigerians who live in the diaspora. So it's not unique to us. And struggle love, like I said again, somebody is tolerating BS. That's why it calls struggle love. If you know you cannot marry a man that lives in one single room, and he tells you, is in the one single room, and you speak to him, you did not discover that this man is working on the project, that he's actually having great prospect, then don't go along with him. When you there, my pastor say, make I just stay, he go good, you go collect. That's what I would say about that. And lastly, about Timaya, I've seen that video multiple times. This is what I'm gonna say.
Okay.
A well-raised Nigerian girl educated, successful, driven Nigerian girl will not marry a guy like Timaya.
Okay.
Let's call it what it is. Say Timaya where they smoke weed. Now you won't bring girl where they send go better school for abroad. May you settle with. So forget all those crap he's saying. Timaya is from the gutters. He has dealt with girls who feed on men. That's why he just came out saying, I can't do Nigeria man. Even me, my picking of you bring Timaya, forget him fucking money. If my pikin bring Timaya, I go pursue the two of them come off for house. Where you they carry that stupid that come my house? Would that be a beer where you not dream? No. So please, for Timaya, there is nothing there. My dear Nigerian sisters, don't listen to Timaya. You are
Thank
all
you.
beautiful. Your God will bring your man will locate you. That's what I have to say.
Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Adama.
Amen. Amen. Well said, Uncle Beno. Natu, are you there now? Are you back? Sister Natu? Sister Natu. Natu is not there. All right, Chim, I'm going to come to you for your final submission.
Okay, thank you. Once again, I would always like to acknowledge Uncle Beno's insightful perspective. I appreciate that. In fact, he took the words off my mouth. Be careful. I always say this: be careful who you listen to or where you go to for advice. So, I mean, Timaya is not somebody anybody's going to want to listen. So, anybody who is busy telling me about Timaya, I'll just laugh at you and say, okay, I've heard you, Motigbo, as Yoruba will say. I think, vision is forward looking. It's forward looking, and if you're not forward looking, then there's a problem. I don't think I want to advise anybody. We all know what we're looking for in life. Like I said, and I want to repeat, if your goal is the moon, there's nothing wrong. I also want to go to the moon myself. So if you want to go to the moon and the moon is your standard, please don't come to the seashore. There's no need coming down there. Stay in that moon. Good luck to you. If you find it, make the best out of it. As for that guy, both of the adults were very irresponsible. That's all I will say. One, the man himself was irresponsible. The woman herself was irresponsible. And we know this. We can't argue about it. How do you make those kinds of decisions that either of them made? Reasonable people don't make those kinds of decisions. On the issue of the video, where the guy was talking about, giving those statistics about women in the US and all that. What I would simply say is it's not all size fits all. There are circumstances where those things don't necessarily play out the way it is, but I understand what he's saying. When you meet someone, number one thing to consider is not necessarily how much they're worth materially. I will continuously repeat it. Is to look at the content of their character, the consistency of who they are, the ability to say something and stick to it. And then you can start beginning to cascade down into their dreams and aspirations. And then if money is of essence to you, you want to really know how much they're loaded. I don't have anything against it though. Everybody, if you think it's something critical to look at it. Like Uncle Beno said, there are people who are working on a project. You don't necessarily know everything. And there are people who come in camouflage. In fact, much of life is camouflaged. Appearances can be very deceptive. You could, get into something based on the appearance you see, only for you to get into it eventually. And there are regrets in it. So I think people should just be very careful what they wish for. Aspire. There's nothing wrong in aspiring. But as you're aspiring, put a human face to that aspiration. Because at the end of the day, we're human beings. And then, of course, as a God-speaking person, have the fear of God in you. I have no apologies for saying have the fear of God. And if God is not your center, it is Ogun. Have the fear of Ogun in you. And if it is Amadioha, have the fear of Amadioha in you. Whatever works for you, ultimately, go do it. I wouldn't say more than that. Everybody knows the truth. Sometimes we come on air and say things perhaps to make people pleased and clap for us. But when we go to the back, we'll do something else. It reminds me of the people who will encourage people to do certain things, but they will never do those things themselves. You'll be shocked. The advice people have given other people, they themselves will not try to take those kinds of stuff. They won't take their own advice, but they will give the advice, and then the undiscerning persons will take that advice to their own disadvantage and ultimate hurt. So I will leave it at there and say good night to everybody.
All right, good night. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Uncle Pansad, I believe you've not spoken
The
on
whole
occasion.
night.
Huh?
I haven't spoken the whole night,
Oh,
but it's okay.
I'm,
It's
no,
okay.
you spoke now. Oh, sorry, Sam.
He
Sorry.
spoke only once.
Once. Oh, I'm so sorry, Uncle K. Uncle Pansad, what is your
No
final
problem.
submission, sir? I'm sorry.
We'll start off by saying that it was a nice little session where there's no answers, obviously. Everybody's giving some advice based on their own world and what they've experienced, what they've learned, what they've heard. So it's all sweet that way. I believe that Madam Luke summed up her own with classicism in a sense. People should marry according to their social strata, whatever, But I do disagree with that a little bit. I guess for women, it's probably that way. But for men, we don't give a damn how much money a woman has or what kind of education they have. It's important in the sense that when if you're in a relationship, say marriage or a relationship where you have to discuss finances and stuff like that, that you both come in with complementary ideas and suggestions, right? And it's fair and all that. But from history, men always pick up the tab. We're trained that way to pay the bills. That's what it means for us to be handsome. We have something in our hands. And then the women are beautiful and elegant and all that. But granted, times have changed. In essence, if you want a lot of power, it comes with some responsibilities. If you want to be wearing the same pants in the house as your husband, yeah, then it makes sense that you also make money. Now, it's not fun to have a woman paying. Yeah, some people like one of the people that left the stage already that was at work. I forgot his name now. My brother that was driving, and then he was able to make a contribution. Said some woman, probably a white woman, picked him up, give him a chance to do good, and then he's rewarding that kind of loyalty and all that kind of stuff. And that's good. That's very rare. We Nigerians were not really brought up that way. If you are in that kind of relationship, it comes with some challenges, right? It could be hunky-dory for a year or so. And then you have to be really, really good, right? You can't make a mistake.
Please, what are
right?
you saying, Uncle Pastor? What do you mean? What are you
No,
saying?
I'm saying if a woman is, let's just make it simpler. Okay, you're making, let's say, $30,000 a year, your woman is making $100,000 or more. Yeah, then you have to be a good guy, right? You don't have a lot of options. If you're somebody who could just do the straight and out of 10, then it's good. Do you understand what I'm saying? So love, when we're talking, there are all kinds of relationships. You go out there, you pick up a girl, and you guys are friends, and you're kicking it, having sex, doing stuff, going out, dating. That's totally different from what I understand us to be talking about. If we're talking about a relationship, a marriage, a commitment, right? Where you have love and respect involved. Now, those two words are they're interchangeable. They're different. Love is a deep emotional connection and affection, right? While respect involves valuing someone's thoughts, feelings, and boundaries. Now, in love, you have emotional connection there, strong feelings, deep understanding, nurturing, and you have to endure. It's enduring. True love is often characterized by its ability to endure challenges and conflicts. Now, that's different. Love is good. I don't pursue it. I could live without love, but respect, that's where my own interest lies. I like respect more than love. Now, with love, it comes with respect as well. But
Okay.
you once you're valuing, let me just take, since I didn't speak, let me take another minute or so.
Okay, thank you. Please
To value,
round up. Thank you.
yeah, an individual, right? Treating with consideration, avoiding harm, have a foundation in the relationship, right? So that's what, when somebody's listening to this conversation we're having here, there are a lot of anecdotal stuff here and there, right? People, and that's nobody's gonna come and give you a panacea. Say, okay, this is the way it is. It's not like that. There's some blessings you're gonna get. There's some talents people bring into it. First of all, it depends on somebody else, right? So we went all the way, but we're not really taking a stab at the main thing. Of all the stuff, there's a thread that runs through them, right? I believe that respect is one of those things that's important. You don't go out there thinking, we say women, there's not a single woman, I'm talking about 100%. No woman here is going to be able to, is going to tell the truth about what we're talking about. They can't. They cannot. So women are totally different from men. Everything we're heaping on the men here is actually comes from the woman. It depends on the woman, whether money means anything in the relationship. Because you may go out there, so I got the solution to this, and let me go make a lot of money. And you go there, you make millions of dollars. You become a multi-millionaire, then you get a woman thinking that you've got the solution to it, and you don't. That money means absolutely nothing to that woman. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So you can't quantify it. You don't have, there's no panacea. That's basically it. So it's a total useless thing to sit and talk about this stuff between men and women. There's a magic involved, right? There's a magic involved. I know you have to go. Let me just say fondness, tenderness, warmth, intimacy, endearment, devotion, all those kind of things. There is nobody could come here and say, okay, look, I've lived a life, I did it all. Now let me give you the answer to this. It's like the meaning of life. It's different for different folks. Women are very, very dangerous and very, very, very delicate and very tricky and very clever. Don't play with it. If you're a man, you're listening to me now. Maybe you haven't been doing it forever. I conclude by saying, you go out there, you take a look at your wife's eyes or your girlfriend or whatever, and you know what? Respect her. She's tough. You may think you've got it. You don't have it. Not money, not muscles, nothing, not career. Okay? You look at Bill Gates, you look at Elon Musk, you look at people who have billions of dollars. It's totally different to be a billionaire. It means money means absolutely nothing, but they get a divorce. Those women go on fine and do very well. So let me just conclude with that. There is no solution here. There's no panacea. Nobody knows it all. Respect, all those kind of old-fashioned stuff. Go back and take another look at it. All right? And I thank you all for the fun night. It was quite interesting
Thank
to
you,
listen
sir.
to. Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Thank
night.
you.
All right, have a good night. I'm removing everyone now. Does anyone have anything else to say among the four of us before I call it an end?
No, pretty good.
Okay. Everyone is okay, right? All right, let's have a good evening. I just want to say to all our panelists that came in to support, I'm sorry, Diaspora Vote and Obey, I'm closing up. So that's why I can't bring anyone in. I'm very sorry. I just want to say thank you to all the panelists that joined us and all the conversation we had today. Please, true love does exist. All you have to do is just keep your heart open and you'll find the right one. Thank you all and have a good evening. Have a good night.
Good
Thank you.
morning.
Good morning.
Okudilio, malugo yo biya diocha agaranya chogo kowe bili agaranya chogo kowe rienio owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fege meo Nuche chukwa busia ifege meo Ni fosolo ne ase alibazie Obwe bebe agaranya muliba Obwe wuru agaranya bibe solia Mano agaranya mwa Obwe afyozi enipakwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienyo Obwe chikubezi olisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we beluge beluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wanem Nikadiezi bohimo